please.
Holtzman, Novick,
Here.
Fritz,
Here.
Fish,
Here.
Hales.
Here. Welcome, everybody. We're going to return to the item that we were on this morning, but I want to bring an amendment to the council. Based on what we were hearing this morning, there's a lot of concern about what the process is going to be for both the development of and the public review of our body camera policy. So our clerk has copies of the amendment for anybody that wants to take a look at it, but let me walk briefly through it. What it said before in item number 11 of the ordinance was that following substantial public and internal input, the PPA and the Portland Police Bureau have agreed to a draft body camera policy, et cetera. Now it's going to say, following substantial public and internal input, the Portland Police Association and the Portland Police Bureau have agreed to a draft body-worn camera policy version 2.2 dated 5/6/16 attached as Exhibit B to Exhibit 1, and then adds this sentence: substantial additional public input will be required prior to finalization of the policy. Then there's some new language at the very end in item 13. This will now be E, that will say, Council directs the Police Bureau to convene a stakeholder committee to review the draft body-worn camera policy version 2.2 and national best practices as they continue to evolve. Additionally, the public will be given the opportunity for universal review and to provide public comments through the Bureau's established directives process. A report will be presented to the Council by the stakeholder committee and will be subject to further public input at that time. Following this public review and comment process, the PPA and Portland Police Bureau will meet to discuss finalization of the body-worn camera policy. So, in other words, lays out what people were asking that we do, which is, one, involve stakeholders, and two, bring that policy back before the City Council before it's finalized. So I want to put that amendment before us now so we can accept it if you want, and then take testimony on that in addition to the rest of the matter.
Second.
Okay, further discussion. Again, what we do, folks, is we adopt an amendment like this, take testimony, and then we can throw it out or keep it or whatever based on what we hear.
I think it would actually be better if we hear the testimony.
All right, then let's just leave it moved and seconded, and we'll leave it on the table, and then you can testify on that as well, and then we'll consider that amendment before we obviously take action on the ordinance itself. Do it either way.
And Mayor, the other clarification that I need to make, because I hadn't understood the memorandum that says that it's a mandatory subject of bargaining, that is the Bureau of Human Resources and the police union acknowledging what the current law is. That's not something that is additional, that it is something that would be subject to bargaining. So that's just a clarification. It's not that we're saying that's the right thing, but it's the thing that's
the law.
It's the law.
Yep. Okay. All right. So let's return, please, to the sign-up sheet from this morning, and we'll keep taking folks in the order that they asked to speak.
The next three are Joe Walsh, Lightning Watchdog PDX, and Jamal Williams. And after them will be Micah Rhodes, Gregory McKelvey, and Karen Mitzner.
Okay. And again, if any of you want copies of that amendment, I think Carla's got some over there.
We're out of copies right now.
Oh, we're going to get some more then. All right. Welcome. I think you're first.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Walsh. I represent Individuals for Justice. And here we are again. I can think of 3 or 4 major controversies that group after group have come before you and asked you not to do it. The ACLU, NAACP, Individuals for Justice, Cop Watch, all asked you not to get involved with the terrorist task force, JTTF. You did it anyway. Group after group came before you and asked you not to cover the reservoirs. You're doing it anyway. Group after group asked you not to do the fluoride. You did it anyway. We overrode you. So I'm trying to figure out what brilliant statement we can make that will get you on our side, not amendments, just a stop. Just stop. It is amazing to me that Ted Wheeler had not really said much about this. And I think, and it's just pure speculation, that I think he's saying, if it fails, I'll blame Hales. And if it works, I'll take the credit. I think that's what politicians do. A normal person would say, I'm coming into the office. I don't want this contract. I want my own contract. I want to meet with the NAACP. I want to meet with Black Lives Matter. I want to meet with Individuals for Justice and say, what is it you want? You're the citizens, tell us. We've been here. I've been here for 9 years. I have done this for 9 years. And this is the worst I've ever seen it. This is the worst. And apparently, you are good people. So why is it the worst? I don't have a clue. I really don't. I don't know you to make a judgment on you. I only know what you do. And I only know what you don't do. And what you don't do is listen to us. We represent a lot of people, but you won't listen to us. And then you wonder why you have banners on your buildings, why there's graffiti inside the buildings. This is the beginning, not the end. And if you think I'm a pain in the ass, wait till you see what happens after me. Because I'm mouthy, I'm nonviolent. But what comes after me is really fury. And you better pay attention to this and stop. This contract sucks. And you know it, and I know it. The 48-hour rule is a Trojan horse, and you know it. Stop it. You're going out, you think your legacy is going to be based on this?
Go ahead.
That's what your legacy is.
Yes, my name is Lightning. I represent Lightning Watchdog PDX. Some very good speakers in here today. I'll try to cover some points that I have on this issue. Now, on the agreement itself, again, I stated to you, Mayor Hales, on Springwater Trail, hold off on that. Wait till the new mayor steps in position. Give them some time, let him handle it. Otherwise, you'll leave us a disgrace. Now, another issue on this agreement, I'll say this again. Hold off on this agreement. Let the new mayor step in position. And if you don't, it will be considered, as someone said, deplorable. Do not move fast on this agreement. Let the new mayor step in and handle this situation. Now, again, pertaining to adding more staff, as you know, in Multnomah County, they're literally beginning to reduce the jail beds in Multnomah County Jail. They've closed off certain sections. They're reducing crime. They're looking at new programs called the LEAD program in Belltown. They're saying that's having a great effect on recidivism, on the turnaround rates, and they think they will not need as many police officers because of that. Again, hold off on this agreement. Let the data come in, be presented to the next mayor on the effects of going into a LEAD program and allowing low-level offenders not to go into jail, but to go into treatment, not to have this put on their record, not to damage them from getting housing, not to damage them from getting future employment. These programs are being implemented, they're being funded, they're moving forward right now. They've already closed certain jail beds off in the jail, and they're watching this very close. The timing of this is wrong. Let the new mayor step in position and make the determination. We do not need any more police officers, plain and simple. We will not need more police officers. And we can save money by doing this. We're saving money right now. Issue on the body cam. It needs to be a public resource. They need to have control of the film, not the police. We need to have an independent third party that looks and reviews this film, but is also the property of the public to make certain determinations on how we're going to use that film. If the police are the only ones that have access to the film. It doesn't do the public any good to have the cameras on them. We have to have access. It has to be our property, so we can view it, but with a third party in place to allow the public to have access to it. And there, of course, there will be exceptions to that rule on various issues in the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Mayor and Commissioners, my name is Jamal Williams. I represent myself. I've lived in Portland for 46 years. And what is going on right now is the police have put language in their contract that circumvents their service to the people. This whole meeting right here is so that the community can weigh in, and there's been an overwhelming amount of testimony in opposition to this. You folks are representatives of the community. You serve the community first, then you serve the police department. Please pay attention to the testimony. It doesn't hurt our city at all to wait. It doesn't hurt us at all to wait. When the service position becomes self-serving, there's something really, really wrong with that. And that's what I see happening. The police have covered their own backsides with this language. And we need to have language that works for the people that the police are going to serve. I don't have a canned testimony. I don't have a written speech for you guys. I'm just coming to you as a citizen of Portland, a citizen who's been here all my life. And I don't want you guys to continue to treat us like subjects. We are not subjects. We are citizens. And our voice is really, really, is supposed to mean something. And when the folks feel like they go unheard, they will continue to disrupt the regular, normal operation of the city. Why go through that? Why put these people through that when they are crying out so loud for so long? Listen to us. Pay attention to us. That's all they're doing. And if you want to pay attention to the police department, who the people do not trust, then what you're doing is you're creating your own mess. And Mayor, you're going out. Let the other mayor come in and handle it. There's nothing wrong with that. Just let them come in and handle it. Because if not, this is going to go down. The people are going to protest. And then the whole city is just going to be like, look what the mayor left us. The responsible thing to do is pay attention to your constituents. The overwhelming majority of people here today, and this meeting was open to the whole city, so everybody had an opportunity to come. But the people who came are in opposition to this, and you are obligated, you're incumbent to pay attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams, excuse me, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, I'm sorry, I have a question.
I'm sorry.
I was wondering if you could give me something specific in the contract that you don't like.
I don't like the 48-hour rule, right? And I don't like the language. I don't have the language memorized, but I don't like the language that was already spoken of today that gives the police total control of the footage from their body cam. As was stated before, what good does that do? I mean, let's just be, what good does that do? Oh, it's our footage. Wait a minute. We wanted to implement the footage. We wanted to put body cams on so that the public can feel safe and know that they can hold us accountable. But by the way, we're going to just hold on to it for ourselves. Not really. Okay. You understand what I'm saying? So it's that type of language that circumvents the whole community oversight, right? Who do they serve? Who do they work for?
We understand that
Thank you.
concern, but there's actually nothing in the contract about body cameras.
Okay.
And we've just
All right.
added
Well, I
that.
misheard that then.
It's not,
And that's why we use
there's-
more time, because if the community doesn't know what's in it, that means you haven't represented us by
Thank you. That's very
Well,
helpful.
I apologize. Maybe I misspoke on that, but I could have swore I heard that. So excuse me, I misspoke on that.
We just-
But at the same time, I'm here as a concerned citizen saying, pay attention to the testimony that's here.
Thank you.
So,
Yeah,
yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much.
Very much.
The next three are Micah Rhodes, Gregory McKelvey, and Karen Mitzner. And they'll be followed by Gregory Monahan, Joe Meyer, and Cameron Stark. Right now, it's Micah Rhodes, Gregory McKelvey, and Karen Mitzner. And also, if you need a copy of the amendments, we have some more.
Okay, welcome.
Gregory's gonna go first.
Okay, whoever wants to go first, go ahead.
Yeah, so as you guys know, my name is Gregory McKelvey. Last Friday, I helped lead a group of people here. When we were uninvited, we tried to speak with you, and you didn't listen to us. Then we came when we were invited yesterday, and you didn't come, and you didn't listen to us. And now you're still here today. We all know what you guys plan on doing at the end of this, right? And you're just pretending to listen to us. Every single person has come up here and testified that they don't support this contract. And then you're going to come out here with an amendment, like we're going to be happy about that. You know what this amendment says? If you're going to change the contract based on the testimony from the people in that 1 hour, I assume you guys are going to also amend it after we testify, right? Or if this contract was so good that you're going to bring it and represent it to us right now, then why are you just now amending it to make it acceptable to us here? You know what's wrong with this contract? Whatever happens after you guys approve this contract and we're still here protesting, and whatever your police force does to us, and those police officers are going to continue to do it to us and be at every single one of our protests and never be terminated, that's what's wrong with the contract. Whatever happens after here today is on you guys. We are here. We tried to speak with you guys, and you didn't listen. Then you invited us here. You still didn't listen. Now we're here where the community is supposed to be heard, and you're just pretending to listen to us. We know exactly what you plan on doing as soon as this is over. And as soon as that is over, I mean, I spent all night. I haven't slept 1 minute. I spent all night out there, and I'll stay out there because I'm going to stay out here until this contract is delayed. It doesn't make sense that a mayor that is leaving right now, your lame duck mayor, is gonna fast track this through when it's the next mayor that's going to have to live with the terms of the agreement. What would we lose by putting it off? The contract doesn't lapse until 2017. What are you trying to pull here, right? What benefit could there be for not listening to the community more? If you guys were able to amend that contract based on the testimony we gave this morning, then that shows how valuable our opinion is. That shows how valuable our testimony is. It shows that you guys are willing to listen to us, so why cut us off now? It doesn't make sense. If you respect us, if you respect the community, if you respect the protesters that were here all last night, that were here on Friday, that we led here yesterday to meet with you and nobody met with us, then listen to us. If you're going to amend the contract after that much testimony, then you need to allow testimony for a lot longer, I say, until Ted Wheeler comes in. And also, to Ted Wheeler, where the hell are you? And I yield my time to him. So whatever time I have remaining, if I could yield that to him.
Go ahead.
My name's Micah Rhodes. I'm a lead coordinator with Don't Shoot PDX. I also led march with Gregory on Friday here, and like Gregory said, all that we were met with riot cops and gang task force was there. And right off the bat, we're met with police opposition trying to lead us where to go, trying to direct traffic away from us, trying to make sure that our message is not heard. And yet here we are in your face right now, and we are the ones who get the blunt end of the force that they push on us. You guys, this does not affect you guys. And you're not even going to be in office by the time this contract is going into place. It doesn't actually matter if you sign it or not. But you're choosing to sign it, and it's not fair because you're not going to be the mayor. It's not your job. It's not going to be your job. Let the next mayor sign it. It's really simple. It does not affect anything. Let the next person who's actually going to be serving sign the contract or make up their own contract. It's just not up to you. And you know what? We have all these people out here outside, and we have more people that are willing to come down, and you bet people are going to come down. Like, we are going to be here. because we want our voice to be heard. And we're sitting here talking to you right now, but y'all already made up your minds. You're going to sign this thing anyway. And it's not going to make any damn difference what we say to you right now. But we're letting the world know because, news is watching. People are watching. People are talking. And just know that we are standing against this contract. And if you are standing with the contract, then you are against the people. And we're your boss. You work for us. Remember that.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
I yield my time to you.
Hello, Mayor.
There you go. Sorry.
Hello, Nick. My name is Michael Duro. I am a representative of the people elected. I am a representative on the MESD in Northeast Portland. I wish some other people that represent the people would be here and at least say something. I'm also I've been called a perpetual gadfly, I think in the Willamette Week. But anyway, the most patriotic people in the city of Portland are here. That's why they're here. They don't want to tear the city down. They don't want to mark the city up. They don't want to burn parts of the city. They want to talk. They just want you to listen. Points about the contract, because I don't have very much time. One of the important things is that we need more time to actually read this, since it only came out on Friday, and there really hasn't been enough communication during those 3 days. We need at least like 2 weeks for lay people to go through this and read this and understand this, so we can comment appropriately. I don't know what the actual language is about the body cams, or who holds the video on the body cams, or who has access to it. But I think it's appropriate that we treat the video on these cameras like we treat government documents. When I worked for the federal government for 6 years for the Bonneville Power Administration. And when we generated a document, there's the Federal Records Act, which causes every single document that we generated to have to be retained. It doesn't belong to us. It doesn't belong to the department we work for. In the long run, it belongs to the federal government and the people, and it goes in the archives, because it tells a story about what happens today, that our country is better than anybody else at retaining this kind of records. So we can go back and, we have the Federalist Papers and everything all the way back to the beginning, anything that hasn't been burned, like during the Civil War. Anyway, I would just ask you to, even if you insist that this contract needs to be signed in short order, please include the next mayor. Please give us a few weeks so we can make an informed comments, and not come in here and we hardly know what's on it. I mean, we've seen a little bit of it, and that's all we've had time for. We don't need to rush this. I mean, maybe you can set something up so that you guys can do away with the 48-hour rule under some other agreement. But please, give us a chance to have an open, transparent process.
Thank you. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Okay.
Was there a Gregory McKelvey or a Karen
Got
Mitzner?
Greg already.
Oh,
So,
was that? Okay.
I'll go again.
All right. Then we'll go with Gregory Monahan, Joe Meyer, and Cameron Stark.
okay.
And they will be followed by Maggie Adam, Brianna Staples, and Danielle James.
Okay, welcome. Good afternoon.
Go first. Hi, my name is Gregory Monahan. I'm here as the representative of the Oregon chapter of the Sierra Club. The Oregon chapter of the Sierra Club stands in solidarity with the NAACP Portland chapter in its opposition to approving the proposed contract. This contract, as it stands, represents a missed opportunity to build trust with the community because it does not address the issue of binding arbitration, which has resulted in a lack of accountability for police officers. The contract was negotiated behind closed doors, out of the view of the public. The contract was negotiated by the outgoing mayor, depriving the public of the opportunity to hold the mayor-elect accountable for this critical ordinance. The only opportunity for public comment is the limited time allowed today before the contract is due to be ratified. Because the existing contract does not expire until July 2017, the Oregon chapter of the Sierra Club urges the Portland City Council to delay consideration of the contract until Mayor-elect Wheeler has taken office and full public hearings have been held. Additionally, it appears that a procedure for body-worn cameras, body cams, is also going to be discussed today. It was not clear from your agenda. This procedure is listed in the published agenda only as reference B. This is an important topic which requires a full public discussion. Because body cams are a relatively new technology, there is no recognized standard for their use, which impacts public privacy rights, their use in legal proceedings, and the public's right to view footage. The monetary impact of adopting this policy can also be substantial and needs to be addressed. The Oregon chapter of the Sierra Club urges the Portland City Council to delay any consideration of body cam procedures until there have been full public hearings on this complex topics. Please seize this opportunity to build public trust with an open community dialogue. In doing so, Portland can establish itself as a leader in community policing. I also have a few comments on your late-breaking amendments to the body cam ordinance. Thank you. First of all, I don't see any definition of PPB in there. You probably know what it means. I'm guessing.
Portland Police Bureau.
I suggest that unless it's, that be decoded in the document somewhere. And most people don't understand what the Bureau's established directives process is. I think it would be helpful to clarify that. You do not define how the stakeholder committee will be selected. I suggest that every organization that has testified today be considered an interested party and be invited to be a member of the stakeholder committee. And my last comment is your final statement in paragraph E here says, following the public review and comment process, the PPA and PPB will meet to discuss finalization of the body-worn camera policy. Speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club, I find this completely unacceptable. I think that this needs to come back to council and have another final public hearing and the decision be made in public with public input. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Joe Meyer, and I object to this proposed police contract on this theory called civilian control of law enforcement. I volunteered as a reporter at KBOO Radio and as a research scientist with Portland Police Forensics, and I just speak for myself. I hope I don't repeat too much of Mr. Walsh's testimony. My objection to this contract is in a context where I personally at least see the whole world increasingly ruled by force, with strange fruit still dying all over American streets, and where white juries still find white killers innocent and innocent black kids like Mohammed guilty. I moved to Portland over 15 years ago, and I haven't always had that nice civilian control of police feeling. And I don't just mean the strip searches at the airport. After Mayor Potter stepped back from the JTTF, I think because he didn't have that good civilian control over police feeling, the FBI constructed their famous real Christmas tree and fake bomb show. And the next day, a commissioner, who I would name except he's not here, proposed that we rejoin the JTTF, and sure enough, we did. The scary thing about the tree lighting ceremony for me was that the police chief and select officers were part of this thing, and yet Mayor Adams didn't have a clue. He was up there giving the speech when he was told. I've also seen Portland police officers Humphrey and Nice, the brutal murderers of James Chassie, being reinstated with a payback because I'm an arbitrator that said so. Probably many of you have seen Jason Renault's Alien Boy and would agree that Chassie didn't really have to die. It was a shocking combination of callousness and brutality by the Portland police that caused his death. And it's a good time to remember in this context that Portland Union President Darrell Turner is quoted in the Oregonian as saying, Sergeant Nice and Officer Humphreys are trained to be police. They're not paramedics or nurses. And likewise, Rand Frashauer, reinstated by some arbitrator that I certainly have no control over, never seen, after he shot in the back and killed an unarmed black man called Aaron Campbell. Say his name.
Aaron Campbell.
None of this adds up to a warm civilian control of police feeling for me. I covered the Muhammad federal trial here in Portland and was surprised and saddened at the way law enforcement skillfully prevaricated and outright lied on the witness stand. And they got their all-white conviction. I also covered the disorderly conduct trial of Teresa Rayford and was alarmed at how similarly Portland police prevaricated and outright lied on the witness stand. That's not the kind of police training I want to see from my tax dollar. By the end of the trial, I agreed with the defense attorney's claim in his opening statement that Portland Police Sergeant Jacob Clark and Portland Police Officer Susan Bullard colluded to deprive Teresa Rayford of her civil liberties. Let's save some money and stop doing that. Regarding the issue today, I recommend, along with Portland Cop Watch, Don't Shoot Portland, the ACLU, many fine citizens, Lightning Watchdog PDX, Mr. Jamal Williams, Mr. Gregory McCuffrey, Mr. Micah Rose, Michael Duro, and NCCP Portland Sierra Club, that we table this for the next city council and use the time to have a real discussion of what civilian control of police looks like in Portland. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Cameron Stark, and I am a tax-paying citizen of Portland, Oregon. Guys, I'm tired. And I'm not talking about tired from last night. I'm tired because I've been in these streets since 2014. This contract is important to us because this is a chance at justice. It's a chance at accountability. And we don't have this thing come up just every 6 months or so. This comes up every few years. And for somebody who's not even going to be here for the duration of this contract to sign off on it for the next guy is just irresponsible. And I mean, it leaves it open for the next guy to say, hey, I didn't do it. I didn't sign that. I didn't agree to it. But he's got to deal with it. I don't know what I'm trying to get at exactly, but do not sign this contract. And if you guys do sign this contract, we need to vote these guys out of office because it's not fair. We are. I know we are because I didn't vote for any of them. That's for damn sure. That's all I got.
Thank you. Next.
Next three are Maggie Adam, Brianna Staples, and Danielle James. And they will be followed by Sinal Hart, Neva Laura, and David Davis.
Welcome.
Hi, my name's Maggie Adam.
Get a little closer to the mic if you could. Thanks.
My name's Maggie Adam. I am really confused and disgusted how it is that we're even having this conversation. Standing outside with you last night, the disrespect and the disregard and the excuses. You didn't answer anything directly. Your response to a mother telling you about her concerns with SROs in the schools was, oh, a lot of people like them. Your explanation about how our police would be improved if we just had more of them and gave them raises is ridiculous. You're not listening to the people. The people march all the way across town to come talk to you. You don't talk to them. You invite them back and you leave. And I believe that's an effort to disempower their point and their purpose of coming together. And then we're supposed to sit in this room having a discussion about a paradigm that doesn't make any sense because the most vulnerable people in the city are crying out for your help. And you're completely ignoring them and you're putting a shine on it like you are understanding and compassionate and progressive. I don't believe any of it. And I echo everything everybody said about slow down in an effort to respect the citizens who are begging for you to listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Brianna Staples. I support the Black Lives Matter movement and Don't Shoot PDX. Mayor, commissioners, we just need you to recognize that 2.5 working days is not enough time to go over a 70-page contract. We need you to take time to realize that it takes time to make a informed decision about these things. We want you to keep your word and adhere to the 2012 community engagement plan, and don't fast track the Portland Union contract. That'll give $10 million to PPB, and before necessary reforms are put into place, it'll retain a faulty arbitration process and sets body cam policies without public input. We're asking you to consider who this contract will affect the most for the next 4 years, and take that into consideration before you sign it into law.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Danielle James, and I'm here with Don't Shoot Portland. Are you familiar with the name Chanel Hart and Mia Oakley?
Go ahead.
You nodded yes. I asked a question.
I have heard the names. Go ahead.
You have? Do you know who those people are?
No.
They're my children. I'm raising them here.
You had one of them here last night, right?
She's here today, and she'll be here to speak with you next. My point is that I'm a black mom here. Fortunately, I don't have to be a black man out here with a target on my back, but I'm raising my girls here. I want them to be able to survive. When I was growing up, the police were out in the community. They were giving children food at the parks, providing water hoses for us to get wet in the summertime, bringing food boxes to homes that needed it. I've not seen that since I was a child, and I'm 30 years old. Please, please, please give us time. I'm here begging you. For everybody behind me, please just give us time. Can we get a better understanding? Can we get due process?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
No?
We'll discuss it when we're done, but we're going to hear from everybody first.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm done.
Thank you.
Next three are Sinal Hart, Neva Laura, and David Davis. And they'll be followed by Mira Laviani, Perez Rivera, Dick Springer, he may have left, and Katie Lejeho. This is Sonali Hart, Neva Laura, and David Davis.
Okay, go ahead. Who would like to be first? Oh, no, it's all good.
Hi, my name is Nevaeh Laura, and I have a question for Mr. Hales. Why is it that we are still fighting for justice that should have been served to us years ago? I think that we should all be served the same rights, and that the officers here are just killing black people for no reason at all, and that white people mostly are getting away with these crimes. But most of the black people aren't even doing anything. Kids are walking outside getting shot for no reason. But if a white man will go outside and he can go and kill somebody, he'll go to jail for like a month and get out. That's just me.
Thank you. Welcome. You can go.
Hi, my name is Chanel Hart, and I'm 14 years old. And all I want to say is please don't sign the contract for all these people, and Kevin Moffitt, William Kyle Monroe, Bradley Morgan, Jonah Aaron Potter, Jawan Blackman, Billy Wayne Sims, Mally Tate, Joshua Baker, and Merle Hatch, and the rest of them. And yeah, Black Lives Matter.
Thank you. Thank you, Ben.
So my name is David Keith Davis with Multnomah County Cop Watch and Fight the Sweeps Portland. I wanted to talk about on Friday, Sergeant Kyle Nice, the guy who killed James Chassie, who was also involved in a off-duty road rage incident, who, was, Daryl Turner said that Sergeant Nice is a competent supervisor. If that's what passes for competency in Portland, I truly fear for the citizens of Portland. You know, he's the guy who was pushing around 15-year-old high school students and basically was sitting in a PTSD type of stance with his can of mace behind the line of every other cop who didn't seem that threatened by the crowd approaching him. He was sitting there like, ready to face some violent intruder at his house with a can of mace or something. You can clearly see the guy is suffering from PTSD, and he needs to maybe just be retired, He's killing citizens, and he's still out doing riot duty and stuff like that, which is some of the most stressful police work you could put people on. I've actually recommended this to several other supervisors and captains and other stuff to at least take Kyle Nice off of protest duty. I mean, that is real, that's real simple, I mean, and, this low intensity warfare that's being waged on the community by the police needs to end. People are going to jail for stupid offenses like possession of some controlled substance. And actually, the way to cut down crime would be to send some drug addicts out of town to Canada or Mexico to go to an Ibogaine treatment center and deal with their addiction. And then that would reduce crime alone. Actually dealing with addiction and crime in a meaningful, progressive way that is actually there to heal things, instead of putting people in jail over stupid, low-level offenses and then using them as inmate slave labor to clean up homeless camps and stuff like that, which goes on all the time, And also, there was, at this Friday protest, I also saw that there was a Portland public school security officer, and he was across the street snapping photos of kids that were at this protest. And, and I chased him away. You can see the video on Multnomah County Cop Watch YouTube channel, and it even, shows what was happening, and some kids alerted me to that, So this is just ridiculous. And Charlie, you have no right to even vote on this because you're going out in like a couple months. So you shouldn't have any say in this. You're basically an inept turd that's circling the rim, getting ready to be flushed.
Thanks.
And we don't need the ghosts
Okay, it's
of your bad decisions haunting Portland.
Okay, thank you.
And we do have your address, and we will follow up at your house, whether you're the mayor or not. Because there's people like
Davis,
Ronald
you're done.
Reagan
Cut him off.
that their
You're done.
policies are still fucking this country.
Okay, you're done. No more
So
profanity.
that's the reality of the
No more
situation.
profanity, David.
So we don't need you screwing us, okay?
All right,
And
we're
here
going to take a
today,
recess.
like, See you later. Oh, yeah? Recess? Just what?
So council will return to order and welcome whoever would like to speak first. That would be you. Oh, Carla. Folks, could we let folks speak, please? Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello. If you look at me, you might just see a Muslim woman. But if you really know me, you would know that my grandparents were German immigrants to Portland in the 1920s. My grandfather built Reed College Library with Lorenz Brothers Construction. My mother's grandfather had the church on Fremont. I am invested in this community. Even though I lived for 30 years overseas in the Middle East, I came home every year with my children so they could appreciate my culture. Please, don't override public opinion. It's so important. And we're so grateful to have this forum to be heard. But the fluoride fiasco cuts my family and friends to the heart. I hope you can override that, please. It's poisonous for the pineal glands, among other things. I wanted to bring up the fact that we must try harder to identify officers or future officers in training who have hidden prejudice or bias against others of different shades of skin or religion. Maybe specific safety measures and training or recurrent training to identify officers who have no empathy for minorities. It's fine to talk about officers with a good attitude willing to connect. And I have a nephew, he's a EMT. You know, I can relate to all kinds of people. And we need people that will help with the community. And I do remember in the 60s and 70s, police were the friendly neighborhood officers. And they came to our schools and they were around. You could see them buying their snacks. You could talk to them. They were approachable. Now it's like they and us, and it shouldn't be like that. We have to get over that. Now training is so centered on crowd control and has lost too much individual outreach. We used to benefit from that so much in personal settings. We need friendly policemen who are willing to talk with us. In that case, I'm not against hiring additional members. There's a lot more people here in Portland than there used to be. But we do need more time to study this contract, and hopefully the city and the nation can generate better criteria or psychological evaluation of police recruits and currently serving policemen and identify those with the pre-Martin Luther King mentality. We Muslims, whether German, Arab Americans, or whatever, we are all Muslim Americans, and we are connected, all of us, intimately with Black lives, brown lives, police lives, all lives, as sacred under God.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, welcome.
Hey guys, my name is Jesse Sponberg. There's something that's happened today that I've never seen in all of the years that I've randomly been coming to City Hall and listening to testimony. Today is the first time that I've ever heard the community speak as one unanimous voice. And I've never heard such articulation of the desperation of the population. As the days progressed, I realized that stopping this contract is the most important thing that we can do if we are really talking about saving lives in this city. When we talk about Black Lives Matter, when we talk about homeless lives matter, this is a direct intersectional opportunity for us to really show that it does matter. We need to be moving towards a futuristic form of policing, which means newer and better cops, not throwing more money at bad cops and asking the old cops to come out of retirement. We want those cops to go away. We want new futuristic cops that can interact with neighborhoods, that can speak with compassion, that really believe that lives matter, period, that lives matter. And so, let me make sure I pick my words really carefully here. You know, it's weird when you think that maybe, you know, when you're in the bathroom looking in the mirror, you think to yourself, you got 3 minutes, Jesse. Can you come up with just the right set of words that could get through and break through that suit and hit the mayor in the heart and hit Commissioner Fritz? I know you guys are good people. Only good people go into public service. But I don't think that you have the history to be the guy to make this decision. You're the guy that signed the Mark Kruger paperwork. You're the guy that covered up for a police chief who shot his friend in the back. You are the guy who approved the sweeps, which are displacing people whose only crime, once again, is trying not to die on these streets. Now everybody asks, hey, Jesse, where's your old buddy Ted? And that's a very fair question. Ted has been absolutely invisible in this city since he's been elected. But I'll tell you why. Because I can't speak officially for Ted, but I spent 5 months debating with Ted every week. Ted's my friend. We've had drinks together. I consider him a personal friend. And I can tell you this, the reason he's my personal friend is because Ted's a good guy. Ted's a team player. And Ted's the kind of person that's going to let you do your job. He's expecting you to do your job. But I'll promise you this, Ted has a 10-point plan for real police reform. I've seen it. Nate Howard pushes it all the time. There's a real plan. But Ted has given you the chance to create your legacy, Chuck. You know, he also has a 10-point plan for the houseless. But he hasn't come in. He hasn't cast a shadow over you. He hasn't been looking over your shoulder. He and the rest of this city, because we all want what's best, that's you, man. That's you. You are the only dude who can create this legacy. And I really hope that what I'm saying supersedes all the politics, or every time I call Novik a scumball, or every time, I told you guys to screw off. I know that in your guys' heart, Steve, you know what I'm saying. Now imagine that we're just having beers right now and that we're not in here and that Keith didn't tell you guys to F off. There's nothing more important that we can do. But yesterday, when I saw you come and finally show up after people had been waiting all day, mothers with children, mothers who've lost children, you told them to meet you here on Tuesday. And you can make all that other, zigs and zags to dodge responsibility. But the truth is those people needed to be able to file with the Independent Police Review Board, right?
Yes,
You
once
took
you're-
that away. Hold on. You got to give me a little bit more time. I promise I won't come back next week. You took the opportunity from those people to file what was their right. You locked the doors of our house on them, right? And then when they told you that, you callously told them, come back tomorrow. Because it's so easy for people to take a whole day off to wait for Charlie Hales to decide that they're important. And that breaks my heart. And I hope it breaks your guys' heart. And I hope that you understand that there is a new mayor coming. And that we have spoken in one unanimous voice for the first time I've ever seen. Even the fluoride had people arguing on both sides. That means that this proposal and this contract is more toxic than a bioaccumulative neurotoxin.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Matthew Klug, K-L-U-G, and I just couldn't sit by and not come here and at least offer some free advice. There is a periodic compliance status assessment report due any day. There was one last year from September 10th, 2015. I think you should look at the first year's and the one that's coming out any day. And you should wait, okay? That's going to, last year's was 96 pages. I predict this year's will be longer. A lot of chock full of great advice. Look at those things. Okay, let's table this for a little while, at least. Okay, if you go back, the auditor's office announced an investigation January 15th of 2015 in a press release. Go ahead and look that up. That has to do with complying with the United States v. Brady, 1963 Supreme Court decision. That's over 54 years ago that was decided. And unfortunately, there is no agreed upon methodology of handing over from the Portland Police Bureau to the city attorney to the district attorney. Okay, so now this is how it affected me, is that I just found out that there was never a complainant in the case against me. But they didn't tell me for 11 months after they sought and obtained my settlement, you guys. This is dirty pool. It goes all the way into the Multnomah County DA, who's an elected official. This is bad stuff. This is the pattern in practice. The feds know about this. This is bad, okay? I'm just giving you guys a heads up. There is a report that the auditor's office is going to release in December. It's going to state whether or not the damn police force is complying with the United States v. Brady, 1963 Supreme Court decision. That's 54 years ago. Let's get into this century, please. There's going to be all sorts of information in that we're not going to be able to regurgitate through that till after January, probably. They're not releasing it till December. There are, this periodic compliance status assessment report by the federal government is coming out any day. What's the hurry? I really, again, I know you don't like free advice, but I'm not just any schmuck off the street. I have lived experience with a lot of this. Okay? Thank you for
very
your time.
much. Thank you. Thank you both. Okay.
I show the last people who signed up are, is there a Miralavani Perez Rivera? Katie, thank you. Katie Lejehome. Then we'll go with Dan, I believe it's Lucan. Philip Wolf. Mr. Wolf.
Well, do we have a translator here? Do we have an interpreter here? Sign language interpreter? Okay. Sorry that you have to do this, Phil.
Mr. Wolf, I apologize for the lack of an interpreter, and we're going to work on that. Thank you for being willing to testify by laptop.
Okay. So first, is the captioning working? Let's see. Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to make sure we have sign language interpreters here in the future. We've had a couple of instances lately where we didn't have people here to accommodate folks that needed that, so my apologies. So I believe that concludes the folks that are signed up. Is that right?
That's all who signed up to
Okay.
testify.
So we have a lot of other items on the agenda today, so here's what I'm going to recommend. I'm going to recommend that we continue this item to next week for council discussion and consideration of amendments and questions of staff. I'm going to close the hearing right now because I'm going to tell you what we're going to do. So I'm going to continue this to next week for the council to be able to consider amendments, talk to staff. Anna needs to come back up and go over some of the points that people have raised in testimony. There've been a lot of questions, a lot of issues brought up. So obviously the council needs time to not only have heard the testimony we've heard today, but also to cross-examine our own staff and to get answers on some of that and to consider the amendment that I put on the table. And if there are any other amendments to suggest today, we ought to get those before us so we can take action on them next week. And that would mean that second reading would be no earlier than October, whatever that is, Carla, 13th. So again, we would act on amendments next week, second reading the week after. That make sense? Okay, so any other questions or comments at this point? Because we've got folks waiting for some of the items this afternoon here. So.
I actually have a comment on this.
Okay, please, comments before we close.
First of all, thank you, everybody, for being here today, for being here yesterday. And obviously, we all have email capability. We take input in many different ways. So as you have time to read through the contract and have additional comments, because it was fairly short time this time, please send them at least to me, and I'd be very happy to respond and figure out the way forward, because we did hear a lot of testimony about the speed of the lack of time to look through what's in the contract, and I will be very interested after you've had more time and had some discussion to get your additional feedback. Thank you.
Good. Thank you all. Okay, we're going to take a 1-minute recess and then come back to the rest of the agenda. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Appreciate that. We will try. Ready? Big books are in the room. Okay, everybody, let's welcome our folks that have been waiting for this item. I think they're here. Thank you so much for waiting. We're gonna take item number 1087 next, and then return to the rest of our morning agenda and the other things that we've left behind. But because we have people here on this item, we're gonna have Carla read that item, and I'll kick it off by reading the proclamation. Go ahead.
Item 1087, proclaim September 15 to October 15, 2016, to be Hispanic Heritage Month in Portland.
Well, this is a great day and a great occasion, so let me read this proclamation and then invite some people here to come up and speak about this. The proclamation says this: whereas the Hispanic heritage of the United States extends historically over 5 centuries and has been a consistent and vital influence on our country's growth and prosperity, and whereas Hispanic or Latino culture is tied to Iberian ancestry, the rich tapestry of our culture recognizes that Hispanics or Latinos are multiracial and multicultural, and also trace their historical roots to indigenous and African ancestry. Hispanics represent people with origins from 24 different countries, including the United States, Mexico, Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, Cuba, Guatemala, Belize, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panama, Colombia, Peru, Ecuador, Paraguay, Uruguay, Brazil, Venezuela, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, and Spain. They reflect an array of distinct and vibrant cultures that have enriched our community in valuable ways. And whereas Oregon's Latino population is growing at a rate faster than the national rate, 12% of the state's population is now Latino, representing a 72% growth since 2000. In Portland, there are over 60,974 people of Hispanic descent, making up 10% of the city's population. While Portland's overall population grew by 1.2% in 2013, the rate of growth for our city's Hispanic population was 6.9%. And whereas the number of U.S.-born Latino Oregonians has increased 21% compared to 1% in the growth of foreign-born Latino Oregonians, the median age for Latinos is 24 years. And whereas Hispanics have supported Portland's economy with a myriad of contributions in the fields of commerce, science, technology, public health, and more, today their purchasing power in Portland is nearly $4 billion. And whereas Portland recognizes the many organizations, institutions, and people helping Hispanics overcome disparities such as poor health outcomes and low educational attainment, working tirelessly to ensure that they remain a flourishing community. And whereas continued access to jobs and livable wages for Oregon Latinos is essential for our state to thrive, Hispanics currently make up 5% of the city's workforce. To help connect more Hispanics to city jobs and support them throughout their careers with the city, the Unidos Latinos Americanos, ULA, City Employee Affinity Group was reestablished in 2014. ULA has reached over 50 members and continues to grow. Now, therefore, I, Charlie Hales, Mayor of the City of Portland, Oregon, the City of Roses, do hereby proclaim the weeks of September 15th to October 15th, 2016 to be Hispanic Heritage Month in Portland and encourage all residents to observe this day. Welcome, congratulations, and thank you for your contributions. I believe Amalia Alaconda Morris is going to lead off the presentation this afternoon. Speaking of empowering important Latinas and Latinos to take roles in our community, here's one. Welcome.
My family certainly thinks so. So thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for inviting us here and participating in this today. I am going to reread the proclamation in Spanish, and then I will say a few words before we move forward. So, por cuanto la herencia hispana en los Estados Unidos se extiende históricamente más de 5 siglos y ha sido una influencia constante y vital en el crecimiento y prosperidad de nuestro país. Y por cuanto la cultura hispana o latina está ligada a raíces ibéricas, a las que se suman la gran riqueza y diversidad multicultural y multirracial de nuestras culturas indígenas y africanas, los hispanos representan más de 24 diferentes países de origen, incluyendo Estados Unidos, México, Puerto Rico, República Dominicana, Cuba, Guatemala, Belice, El Salvador, Costa Rica, Honduras, Nicaragua, Panamá, Colombia, Perú, Ecuador, Paraguay, Uruguay, Brasil, Venezuela, Argentina, Bolivia, Chile y España, reflejan una variedad de culturas distintas y valiosas que han enriquecido nuestra comunidad en forma notable. Y por cuanto la población latina de Oregon está creciendo a un ritmo más rápido que la tasa nacional, los latinos representan el 12% de la población estatal, con una tasa de crecimiento de 72% desde el 2000. En Portland hay más de 60.974 personas de origen hispano que representan el 10% de la población, mientras que la población general de Portland creció en un 1.2% en el 2013, la tasa de crecimiento de la población hispana de la ciudad fue del 6.9% en el mismo año. Y por lo tanto, y por cuanto la tasa de latinos nacidos en los Estados Unidos viviendo en Oregon ha crecido en un 21% comparado al 1% de latinos nacidos en el extranjero que radican en este estado. La edad mediana de latinos en Oregon es de 24 años de edad. Y por cuanto la población hispana ha contribuido a la economía de Portland con un sinnúmero de aportaciones en las áreas de comercio, ciencia, tecnología, servicio público y salud, entre otras. Actualmente su poder de adquisición en Portland es de casi $4,000 millones. Y por cuanto la ciudad de Portland reconoce la multitud de organizaciones, instituciones y gente ayudando a la población hispana a superar disparidades tales como los indicadores rezagados de salud y nivel de logro académico, trabajando incansablemente para asegurar que sigan siendo una comunidad próspera. Y por cuanto el acceso a puestos de trabajo y sueldos dignos para los latinos en Oregon es fundamental para la prosperidad de nuestro estado, la población hispana forma un 5% de la fuerza laboral del Ayuntamiento de la ciudad de Portland. La Asociación de Empleados Unidos Latinos Americanos, o ULA por sus siglas, fue restablecida en el 2014 con el propósito de conectar a hispanos con puestos de trabajo en el Ayuntamiento de la ciudad de Portland y apoyarlos a lo largo de sus carreras. Actualmente, ULA cuenta con más de 50 miembros y sigue creciendo. Por lo tanto, yo, usted, Charlie Hales, alcalde de la ciudad de Portland, Oregon, proclamo que del 15 de septiembre al 15 de octubre de 2016 se ha reconocido el mes de la herencia hispana en Portland e invito a todos sus habitantes a celebrar este mes.
Gracias. Thank you.
A ustedes. So, as mentioned before, 5% of our employees are Latinos, whereas Latinos make up 10% of Portland's population. Progress is being made to attract more Latinos to our workforce. This is reflected in ULA's ever-growing membership base. However, more needs to be done in order to retain and advance Latino city employees. Latino employees are underrepresented at executive level positions with only 2% of City Portland executives self-identifying as Latino. Conversely, 7% of city at-will, casual, limited duration, and temp-appointed employees are Latinos. Since being established 2 years ago, the Unidos Latinos Americanos, or ULA affinity group, has shown a commitment to creating a Latino professional network in order to promote professional advancement and mentoring opportunities for all Latino city employees, as well as help to continue recruiting Latinos for employment. An example of this commitment is the recent development of the pilot Deep Leadership Development Program. ULA members, along with members of the city's African American Network and Women's Empowerment Affinity groups, created this program to support the professional growth of Latino, African American, and women employees. The program was launched this spring with support from DEEP and the city's Office of Equity and Human Rights. The Leadership Development Program includes a one-to-one mentorship component, culturally specific training, multicultural leadership trainings, and community building opportunities. The goal is to expand the program to other affinity groups in the future, and I'm very proud to be a mentor for a couple of members of this program. 15 city employees are participating in the Leadership Development Program, including 3 ULA members. ULA members sit on the Leadership Development Program Coordinating Committee, and other ULA members are serving as mentors for program participants. We ask Council for a commitment to support the professional advancement of Latinos within the City of Portland and to strengthen efforts to recruit Oregon's growing and young Latino population to city jobs. ULA is eager to partner with you on these endeavors and to share our professional and lived experiences.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe you have a couple of your colleagues, Manuel and Yolanda. Are they going to speak as well?
I believe Manuel had to leave, but Yolanda is here.
Yolanda, welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I just want to acknowledge there was a lot of emotion and passion in the room, and on behalf of, as a community member, that was really hard to hear, and so I just wanted to acknowledge that and let you know that I have a lot of respect for you all as well as the community. So I just wanted to start with that. My name is Yolanda Gonzalez, and I am a program manager for the Community Healing Initiative program at Latino Network. I want to take a moment to thank you all for honoring our heritage with today's Hispanic Heritage presentation and proclamation. Thank you for, I also want to take this moment to say thank you for the work that the city's Unidos Latinos Americos Affinity Group has been doing, the leadership that they bring to the city every day, and highlighting the importance of what a diverse city workforce brings, not only to our city, but the whole community. Since 2000, I'm going to repeat a lot of your statistics, Oregon's Latino population has grown by 72%, outpacing the growth of any Latinos across the country. 64% of the Latinos in Oregon are U.S. born, with 36% foreign born. Like you said, the median age of the Latinos here are 24 compared to the white population at 41. 72% of the Latinos are age 16 and older participate in the workforce, but only 28% of Latinos live outside of poverty, or living in poverty, sorry. 1/3 of the Latino children living in poverty, with nearly 23% of the students K through 12 in Oregon are Latino. I only mention these to highlight and express immense amount of gratitude for the Mayor's Community Center initiative. Last year alone, the total numbers of unduplicated youth that came to our program for the teen nights was 617 youth. Last weekend, I wanted to just note that 70 youth showed up to teen night at the East Portland Community Center. The initiative has provided us with the opportunity to collaboratively serve Latinos and other youth through the strong partnership we have with you all and the community-based organizations in our community. I believe these numbers attest to the fact that the youth in our community are seeking a safe space to engage in positive activities that allow them to be youth. This weekend, we witnessed a group of youth that were rivals and had tension throughout our summer program. They came together at teen night and were able to put their differences aside and engage together in an art class that we hosted. We've also had parents personally come up to us and thank us for creating a safe space. One family in particular thanked us for inviting all 10 of their children into the teen nights and making them feel welcome. I would also like to take this moment to thank you for the city for awarding the Community Healing Initiative, which is a program I manage, with the grant to start a girls' basketball program. The goal of that program is to serve young, at-risk females, youth of color in our community. I have the honor of working with a team and an organization that is dedicated to working alongside our youth in our community to ensure that those we serve thrive and become stewards in the community themselves. We are grateful for the opportunities we've had to partner with the city and look forward to the continuation of our partnership. Con mucho respeto, gracias.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, can I just make one comment?
Please.
You know, it's interesting, you're here representing Latino Network, and it was Carmen Rubio really began as a leader to make her mark when she worked for Tom Potter, and Tom gave her this platform. And then she briefly worked for me, and I was the beneficiary. And then Latino Network stole her from city service and put her in this other position. But in some ways, that's as it should be. That in leadership, that we should be giving people platforms, and then the community should steal and elevate people, and vice versa, because that's the pipeline should go both ways. But I just want to observe something, because Latino Network is doing great work in Cully and is helping us address poverty. And there's a newspaper story today in a weekly that criticizes the city for using a loan guarantee program to help Hacienda build a community center in the middle of their campus to serve low-income families. And so it's a useful reminder that we don't necessarily have buy-in from everyone in terms of some of these initiatives. And when we use a loan guarantee program to help Hacienda build a campus, we're investing in the success of families that they are serving. But again, there's a story today criticizing the city for doing that. I, for one, am very proud that the city took that action. But it reminds us that we have to fight this battle every day. We have to make the case. And if we can't justify using loan guarantees in the highest poverty census tract in the state of Oregon to help a community that's been left behind too often, then I'm not sure what equity and opportunity means in our city. So we'll continue to have that discussion, and please tell Carmen that congratulations for Bella Noche.
I will, thank you.
Well, I just want to say the combination of having people in our own workforce who are culturally competent and inclusive is really important. But you combine that with organizations like Latino Network and all that you do in our community, And then you combine that with a growing number of people rising from perhaps working in City Hall to running for office and serving in important roles in elected office as well. One of the things that happened at the Bella Noche evening was that Carmen read off the long list of Latino and Latina elected officials around the state. And it was really an impressive list. It's gotten longer. It needs to get longer yet. So I just appreciate this partnership very much, both the affinity group here, Viva ULA, right? Viva ULA, because we love having our own workforce empowered and celebrating their heritage, but the partnerships that we have in the community with Latino Network in particular are really powerful. So we appreciate you being here and being part of this. So thank you all. Thanks. Would you like to take a photo with your leadership and the council before we move on? We would. Thank you. The table's not the show.
Thank you very much.
Putting that on now.
Thank you all. Great work. Okay, let us move then to the second item from this morning that we need to take up, which is 1066.
1066, authorize the Bureau of Development Services to permit construction and environmental remediation of the Southwest Bond Avenue Extension Phase 1 interim improvements under the authority of the city engineer.
Commissioner Novick.
I believe we have Steve Sigathy and/or Kurt Kruger here to introduce this item.
Yep, well, we've got Kurt.
Do you want 1067 read as well?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Sorry.
please, sorry.
1067, authorize an intergovernmental agreement with the Bureau of Transportation and the Portland Development Commission for the funding of final design and construction of the Southwest Bond Avenue Extension Phase 1.
Okay, take it away.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I was not actually the one slated to make this presentation, so you're going to get it live, and I'm going to be a little raw because the presentation isn't here. But the gist of this, these ordinances, we have a code that didn't actually expect a road to be built and needing a road to go through design review and greenway review. So we have a code that asks when you move a certain amount of dirt in South Waterfront, that would trigger the greenway review and the design review. And we didn't anticipate that in the design of Bond Avenue. So what we have before you is an ordinance that says we're going to do all the things that the code will ask at a later date when we go to put the permanent final design of Bond in. So we have committed to council, we've committed through the South Waterfront design plans, a special design area that will bring us back to Design Commission when we have a final design. But at this time, we're placing fill and putting in a road with interim sidewalks and streetlights until we have the final design when OHSU and the city is ready to partner together. Along with that, we would also be going through the formal greenway review when Parks is ready to come through with their greenway project. So in essence, we're setting the code aside because the code really doesn't put forth approval criteria. If we were to bring this road project to Design Commission at this stage, there wouldn't be much for the Design Commission to talk about. So that's essentially what these two ordinances do.
So I have, I guess, one big question, and it's been a long day, and forgive me if it's a basic question, but does the action that you're asking us to take in any way address the question of the liability of the respective parties, particularly in light of the changed legal landscape?
can I take another shot at that question? I want to make sure I'm understanding the
Well,
question.
we've had, the legal landscape has changed a little bit since this street was first envisioned. And there now are some new and unclear guidelines about how we do development in floodplains.
I'm going to take a stab, and city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe we're under the current rules. The new rules are not in effect yet, so if we are in constructing this, we will be grandfathered in and not subject to those new regulations.
Okay, so that means that the current rules apply, and in terms of the apportioning the liability, this has been worked out by BES, PBOT, and the city attorney?
And DEQ. We're actually going through the permitting process with DEQ at this time.
So the Department of Environmental Quality and the Bureau of Environmental Services both have to sign off on the cut and fill aspects of it.
Yes.
And then, have you heard from the South Portland Neighborhood Association on this?
We have not. There hasn't been an avenue to advertise like a land use proceeding, so there hasn't been formal presentation to that neighborhood association.
Okay, and if they were concerned, the answer would be that they can go to the design review, which will include the street when that process happens.
So we will notice, like we would any other land use case, when we come back to deal with a special design area of Bond Avenue, and of course, the neighborhood association would be noticed and ability to provide comment.
Thank you.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Apologies.
That's okay. Did you have some slides you wanted to show us?
Certainly. Steve, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Steve Sigathy, PBOT Capital Projects.
I hit the high notes.
Thank you for the excellent introduction from Senator Kruger. Thank you. So, as you are aware, we have two ordinances pertaining to Southwest Bond Avenue Phase 1 interim improvements. So just to geographically orient you, we're talking about between the River Parkway cul-de-sac underneath the Markham Bridge, southward to Porter Street, also known as the west end of Tillicum Crossing, Bridge of the People. This is serving the developing OHSU Schnitzer campus, including the Night Cancer Research Building under construction. As you are aware, the city's investment in this project is considered as the city's contribution to the $1 billion Night Cancer Challenge. And of course, future phases of Bond Avenue south of Porter would occur concurrently with Zidell property redevelopment. Project milestones showing you where we've been, where we're headed. We were here in July 2015 with an initial IGA with PDC for design of the roadway. You'll recall in February of this year, we were before you to amend the South Waterfront Street Plan to move the alignment of Bond Avenue closer to the river to facilitate more efficient development of the Schnitzer campus. That ordinance in February did require us to build the roadway in an interim fashion and come back to Design Commission when we're ready to do the final improvements. In March, we finished 30% design. In August of this year, we finished final plans for the first stage of the project, which is the retaining wall and surcharge element of the project. And of course, here in September, we're looking at this new IGA with PDC for construction, $3.6 million, as well as the permitting ordinance. After today, OHSU is scheduled to begin remediation of their site at the end of October, approximately through December. After that, the city's contractor would come on site to start building the road. As I said, that first stage would be surcharge, placement of surcharge materials, which is letting the elevating the road and then letting that settle for about 8 months. In the meantime, the city, with using anticipated state funding, would be doing remediation under the Markham Bridge. In December of next year, surcharge would be complete, and then we would build the typical improvements of the roadway, and as well as underground utilities, and that would be built in interim fashion.
By the way, does the announcement that Mr. Zidell made last week have any impact on on this planning? when he announced that he's going to get out of the barge business?
It doesn't impact this particular segment of the roadway very much, but it certainly, we're coordinating closely with them in terms of, how the rest of Bond Avenue may be built, whether it would be built in one fell swoop versus additional phases, 2 or 3 phases instead of one additional phase. So, but it doesn't have much impact on this north of Porter segment. We do anticipate being finished with the interim roadway project north of Porter in October of 2018 at approximately the same time as Night Cancer Research Building opening. And there is a distinct possibility that the final design, including going before Design Commission, may occur before then and concurrently with the construction of the interim improvements. Look at project costs. This is, we are looking at a approximately $9 million project. Those costs are attributed to the technical complexity of the project. We're elevating this road as high as 17 feet above grade. We're using all-weather aggregate fill. We're building retaining walls along development frontages and a slope along the greenway side. And you can see the 3 stages of the project there that add up to our total. And a cross-section there, that street light you see there on the left would actually be more of a temporary street light in our interim phase. And our project sources. The IGA that's before you today with between PBOT and PDC would authorize $3,601,000 in North Macadam Urban Renewal Funds for the purposes of constructing the interim project. We are anticipating to get a grant from the state of Oregon through Business Oregon called the Immediate Opportunity Fund. It's actually would be a $1 million grant, of which $750,000 would be used for the purposes of remediation under the Markham Bridge. And then the balance would be from City of Portland Transportation System Development charges, and that includes North Macadam overlay TSDCs as well as citywide TSDCs. And worth noting is that we anticipate having sufficient urban renewal and TSDC funding for the section south of Porter on the Zidell property. The permitting ordinance, the other ordinance, this would allow the remediation work and construction of the interim roadway without city land use review. And Bureau of Development Services staff and PBOT staff agreed that it wouldn't be appropriate to take the project through Type 3 design review at this stage, but to rather postpone it. And so Kurt was probably getting into this, but we think this is a prudent approach because we have an abundance of regulatory assurance and review of the project elements. So specifically, OHSU and their remediation work, they have prepared a 700-page remedial action plan that is currently being reviewed by Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, as well as city BES staff. And we'll actually have BES staff and PBOT staff out there on the site inspecting the actual work that will take place. And similarly, when PBOT's contractor goes out to build the road, we have a designated construction manager that will be coordinating that work and going out there on the site and inspecting that work. And additionally, the roadway is consistent with the street plan as we amended it in February. And as we mentioned previously, we will still come back for design review and land use review for the final improvements to the roadway, including in the special design area where the roadway is adjacent to the river. Absent this ordinance, we'd be looking at redundant reviews and extra staff time and costs. So that was where we ended up with this ordinance for permitting the remediation and construction. So those are the 2 ordinances, the IGA ordinance and the permitting ordinance. Would that take any further questions?
Only one I have is that this is a fairly unusual process. That's okay. I think this makes sense. Of the funds that we're spending or investing in these improvements, how much, if any, will be sort of redundant in the sense that we'll do something different, or what we'll tear out work and replace it? In other words, $9 million, real money. How much is wasted, if any, by the fact that we're doing it this way versus completing the entire review process and then doing all the improvements?
That would come down to the difference in cost between asphalt and concrete. That's the main cost there. It is a fairly typical approach that you'll see putting in the asphalt sidewalks. You see that in other locations in South Waterfront. You see that also along Southeast Water Avenue near OMSI. So there is some throwaway, but we don't think it's a significant amount.
And that's because we have to surcharge the site and let it settle, or because of the land use process, or both?
Well, the surcharge process benefits, the interim and the final product. The only throwaway elements are the asphalt sidewalks, and just the sidewalks, not the actual roadway. The roadway and everything between the curbs would pretty much be what it's going to be. We're also doing concrete intersections that are permanent. So there are many permanent elements of the roadway. The temporary elements are the sidewalks and the streetlights.
That's helpful. Thank you. Other questions? Thank you both very much.
And I apologize for my tardiness.
No problem. We had a little different schedule than printed today. Anyone want to speak on either of these items? If not, then they are both emergency ordinances. Let's take action on
We had a
1060.
substitute on this.
Oh, sorry, is there a substitute? For 1066? Yes, there sure is. Okay, I have it in front of me. So Commissioner Novick moves the substitute. Is there further discussion on accepting the substitute?
Could you just tell the folks at home what the differences are?
Steve, can you help me out?
Yeah, a few minor changes. The most significant is the change of the title of the ordinance adds the words without land use review approval to the end of the title, and that was to be more clear and transparent with the intent of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Roll call on the motion to substitute the substitute.
Novick,
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Fish,
Aye.
Hales.
Aye. And on the ordinance as amended.
Novick,
First of all, I'd like to thank Kurt Kruger for rushing over to fill in for a few minutes. Thank you, Steve, for the presentation. And thanks to Geraldine Boyle from PDC, who was waiting in the wings in case there was a PDC question for us. Aye.
Well, folks will know that I don't lightly give up land use reviews, but I was convinced by Kurt Kruger in a briefing that all the I's will be dotted and T's crossed later, and in particular, there will be opportunities for the public to weigh in on the final design. So I'm comfortable. Good job, Commissioner Novick. Aye.
Fish,
Thank you all. Aye.
Hales.
Come a long way since Vic Rhodes and I hastily drew a street plan for this district, and yes, it was on a bar napkin. Aye. Second ordinance, please.
1067, Novick,
Aye.
Fritz.
Aye.
Fish,
Aye.
Hales.
Aye. Okay, thank you all very much. Good work. Let's move on to the pulled item, which was 1074.
Okay. 1074, authorize the city attorney to take action, including but not limited to initiating legal proceedings against Charles Iheanacho and Cheryl Iheanacho for breach of affordable housing property development contracts, recovering unpaid cash flow loan payments, and compelling contractual reporting requirements.
Commissioner Salzman is not here to talk about this item. Someone pulled it because they wanted to speak on this item. Is that right?
Mr. Lightning pulled it. I don't know if he's still
Okay,
here.
I don't believe he's here any longer, so let's go ahead and take action then on the resolution.
Aye.
Fish,
Aye.
Hales.
Aye. Okay, let's move to the regular agenda. Right, wait a minute, do I need to move to anything else this afternoon? Let's move to 1088.
1088, accept evaluation of the effectiveness of the community benefits agreement piloted by the Kelly Butte Reservoir and Interstate Maintenance Facility renovation projects.
Okay, I think our first order of business is to see if there are folks that were signed up last time that are here still and wish to speak today, because we had, I think, 10 people left on the sign-up sheet. So, Carla, oh yeah, maybe if you're here and you signed up, raise your hands. I see 3 or 4 people. So why don't the first 2 or 3 of you come up, please? We won't be too formal about it. You're on the list. We'll make sure you get heard and then move forward. This is on the CBA issue. It is 1088.
Thank you.
Okay. Matt, would you like to begin? Go ahead.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor Hales, Commissioners. My name is Matt Malmsheimer. I'm an attorney with the Pacific Northwest Regional Council of Carpenters and the Metropolitan Alliance for Workforce Equity. I'm here to discuss a number of issues related to the report on the CBA and also to address what I understand are some lingering concerns about some of the legalities of the tools that were used in the CBA. One that we've heard repeatedly is that there may be some kind of prohibition against the city becoming engaged in an agreement with unions because it appears to be somehow favoring unionism over non-unionism. There is no legal impediment to this agreement, to have the sort of agreement that the CBAs are, or for the city to engage in those kinds of agreements. The state's public relations law specifically exempts governmental entities such as the city from its purview, and the state's public employees law, which does say that the city can't take a position on union involvement, union recognition, union membership, only applies to those unions that represent public employees, namely the city's employees. So that's not a basis to say that the city can't engage in those kinds of agreements. Furthermore, that public employee law provides an exemption for any activity that the city engages in connection with negotiating or executing a contract with the labor organization. So far from being a legal impediment, the state's public contracting law actually provides an additional layer of protection to the city from legal challenge on the agreement issue. And I know there are a lot of questions about why does it have to be signatory? What's the importance of signatory agreements in this venue? Well, I think one that's been repeated a number of times, Mr. Myers spoke about it last week, is when you have signatory agreements, you have to have non-signatory, non-binding agreements. Obviously, the binding legal agreement is going to take precedent. That's just not amongst agreements. That's amongst the parties to the agreement, so that everybody at the table not only is committed to it, but is legally bound to the other parties to fulfill those promises. There's not a single other contractual obligation that the city is going to just say, sure, go ahead, we trust you on it. That would be obviously irresponsible. And given the history as demonstrated by the ECPC presentation on good faith efforts, on attempts to make headway in this avenue, on simply taking people at their word and not having that kind of binding agreement, they haven't succeeded. The CBA has succeeded, and that's one of the reasons that signatory agreements are recognized nationwide, not just here, not just amongst CBA folks, but nationwide among the people that do this kind of work as best practice. Now, as an attorney for a union, I also want an additional layer of protection because I've got to worry about potential lawsuits against my client. And those can come in the form of people who didn't get sent to a job because of one of these agreements. Now, if I've got an agreement that's a lawfully executed commitment made with the city of Portland, with the governmental entity that my union's a party to, I'm going to feel much more comfortable and much more confident in my ability to, one, avoid a lawsuit, and two, defend a lawsuit from somebody who may be, if I don't have that agreement in place, looking at a collective bargaining agreement that may or may not be consistent either with the anti-discrimination provisions, because most of the collective bargaining agreements I look at have anti-discrimination provisions in them in themselves, and seniority issues. Both of those bear on this. And you don't have to take my word on that. The city of Seattle runs into the same issue, and that's why the city of Seattle has signatory agreements for all of these kinds of work, because they know that they need that in order to join with their labor partners in this work. And you don't have to take just my word for it on the fact that there's no prohibition against doing this. Look across the river. Multnomah County, they're putting together a project labor agreement that's signatory with the unions on the Multnomah County Courthouse. We're not just talking about this perspective. We're talking about nationwide, we're talking about region-wide.
Thank you very much, very helpful.
And then the final comment I'd like to make on this issue, and I will take some time here because I think the issues are quite important and I want to make sure that everybody's informed about where we are with it, is we said, Commissioner Fish, you said, we're friends here. We want to work in this together. If your friend is telling you, I need this, I need to have this signatory component in order for this to work for us. If best practices are recognized as this signatory agreement, if that's an essential component of it that makes it work and makes it binding, why wouldn't the city engage in that? Why wouldn't we use that tool? It's proven to work. Now, the next issue I wanted to talk about.
I need you to be as brief as you can because we're way late and we've got other people, so go ahead.
Understood. The other issue dovetails back into some comments that I made previously at the ECPC presentation, and that's regarding the goals that we're setting for ourselves, what sort of goals those are. There was a comment that, well, the CBP on the Washington Reservoir is actually more aggressive than the CBA, and that's better. On the one hand, yeah, numerically the numbers are higher, but they're also aspirational goals. You combine aspirational goals without any kind of real community oversight on the ground and no signatory agreement, that's the complete recipe for exactly what the ECPC has been looking at and pointing to as being the failures of the programs that have been designed up till now to deal with this issue. And I would say, again, the ECPC provided you with a golden opportunity to take the next step, because the precondition of those failures to move the ball forward on this are the very legal preconditions that you need in order to take those more aggressive steps and make those binding agreements and make those hard goals rather than leaving them aspirational. And so then the final issue that I'd like to bring up, and one of the biggest problems that I have with the recommendations, not just myself, but the organizations that I work with and the organizations that I represent, is that the recommendations say we should only be using these on a small, minor portion of contracts that we're talking about. Alternative procurements, not the competitive bid contracts. Well, again, there's no legal reason for that. The city has to award those low bid contracts to the lowest responsible bidder, and a responsible bidder is one that can meet all of the contract requirements, and that includes social requirements, not just the least cost. So that's something that can be implemented on all of the projects across the boards. It doesn't have to be limited to any kind of alternative procurement. So the final comment I'd like to make is there's a reason that we're coming out saying reject this report. It's not that we want to jam up the works. It's not that we want to slow down the business of the city. We want to make sure that we get it right this time going forward. And the biggest concern is that the recommendations in that report do not take the lessons learned from the CBA. They take the best components of the CBA and shelve them and say, City Council, accept a community equity and inclusion plan that hasn't been presented to anybody on this council in any public forum, that hasn't been vetted by community, and that eliminates the best parts of the CBA that make it work. The recommendations are a step backwards. And so whether you call it accepting, whether you call it we're going to receive the report, whatever terminology you choose to use, our position is this is a first step towards a regional policy in the same way that CBP is going to be a first step, and this is a follow-on to that. And don't go down the wrong path. If we do that, if we make that first step, it's that much easier to make those kind of mistakes, and we're going to be back here in 15 years bemoaning, why didn't we do it right the first time? We've got the proven tool. And so I urge you, the City Council, to vote no. Do not accept this report as written. Do not accept the recommendations. They're pointing us in the wrong direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Welcome.
Members of the council, I'm Beverly Logan, a leader with MACG, Metropolitan Alliance for Common Good. We're a broad-based organization of faith, labor, health, education, and other community nonprofits who work together on the issues pressing on our families. MACG has worked over decades, including in our original days as the Portland Organizing Project, on many different issues around publicly funded projects in Portland. We've had to fight repeatedly against misinformed and even fully anti-union sentiments with regards to fair labor standards that reflect key social values of our faith caucus and our other member institutions. I'll just say, it's never made sense to us to pay less than family wages on a public contract and then have those workers go to the state or the county to get food stamps and health care because they weren't able to earn a family wage on their job with public money. So in addition to some other values, that's one part of why we have consistently stood up for signatory agreements, some kind of labor agreement. So when this CBA was being developed by a broad cross-section of community interests, we were thankful and hopeful that organizations like ours could stop wasting so much of our scarce resources on refighting the same battles for family wage jobs and benefits on every publicly funded project that we engaged. We thought this was a done deal, the CBA, and that it would establish a predictable and reliable floor upon which community groups, private interests, and the city could build other critical elements to advance the common good. But here we are instead, trying to prevent you today from ripping up those floorboards. MACG is troubled by this proposed reversal and rejection by the city of this thoughtfully articulated will of the community that has entrusted you with our governance. It feels very much like the results from the pilot projects have been selectively interpreted by interests opposed to organized labor and dismissive of the organized community process that produced the CBA. The pilot results speak for themselves, exceeding goals, even doubling delivery on targets. If the critique of the pilot results had involved the same community collaboration that produced the CBA, it would merit respect. Community groups have no interest in supporting a model that doesn't accomplish our goals. I want to say the status quo is a powerful thing. Moving a bureaucracy away from status quo requires bold and persistent leadership. The community engaged in a long, thorough, deliberative, and democratic process to produce the CBA model, which so far has benefited the community. We call on you council members to resist the pull of status quo and the influence of anti-union voices, internal or external, to the city's bureaucracy. We ask for your bold and persistent leadership in respect and support of the Community Benefits Agreement, complete with the union and PLA requirements the community saw as necessary to achieving its goals. To allow one perspective, distorting fault and dismissing victories in the initial tests of the model, to allow that to define how you proceed is not persistent and certainly not bold. We expect you to stand for the community and the CBA. At the very least, we expect you will allow CBA implementation for a period of time adequate to accumulate a sample size of more than a single moment or two early projects. To close, I'll say that eliminating union and PLA elements may well increase the profits of private businesses or the political power of ideological interests. Upholding union elements, however, increases the stability and prosperity of our workers and our entire community. The historical and economic record on this is very clear. When unions are strong, all workers benefit. When unions are weak, the middle class deteriorates and others suffer as well. You have control of the bureaucracy. MACG calls on you to resist taking it backward at the first opportunity and to use your power instead to steer it firmly ahead in collaboration with the community in support of the CBA. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Apologize. Thank you, everyone, members of the council. My name is Rain Feast Giantinovia Toro. I'm currently with MRG Foundation and have spent past 7 years as an organizer for immigrant rights-based organizations. If I'm looking over my shoulder, it's probably because I'm making sure my 3-year-old is still there. So apologize if I'm shifting over there. But I'm here today to support the further use of community benefit agreements and voice concerns for the supposed community equity and inclusion plan. Now, I want to point out to the commissioners in the audience today that our procurement and development process is by nature exclusive. That has been historically designed for the benefits of developers and contractors. although some would argue that the low bid process makes it less beneficial to the latter. I want to also exemplify that our nation and our city has a rich history of labor and community groups that have tried to insert themselves in this development process to advocate for the rights of workers and the needs of the communities that today we take for granted. Some of those victories include a prevailing wage, workers' safety, a bargaining contract. Some of those victories even include how we even got light rail here in Portland. I really want to hone in on this key on equity. What is equity? Yes, last week I heard that equity is about the outcome, but I want to argue that equity is about a process as well. That's equally important. We would not be here talking about equity or addressing inequality or inequity if it were not for a system that exists, whether we intend it to exist or not. So every conversation that we have around trying to address equity, we're really having a conversation about addressing a process. So I think it's very important that we address that. I want to sum up my support for CBAs in 3 points: the history of the success of diversifying the workforce, its inclusiveness in bringing multiple stakeholders to craft a CBA, and accountability through an oversight committee to ensure commitments are followed through, and that there is actual oversight. When the independent auditor was asked about the inclusion of participants, she made it known that people should be included in the development process. And to me, there's no more inclusive process than an oversight committee that looks at community partners as partners. Now, I think versus participants or just, their comments being seen as suggestions. And I want to drum in one important point about my concerns for a CEIP, or the Community Equity Inclusion Plan, that does not include a PLA or PLA standards. And that's this. Construction has historically had a bad record of worker safety standards and rights. We know that wage theft is an issue that affects immigrant workers as well as people of color. And it is very important that the city, as a steward of our taxpayer dollars, ensures that we keep a high standard for workers. If the onus now is on the city to ensure the outcomes of not only the participation of people of color in the work site, they also have to ensure that their standards and safety and making sure that they're not becoming victims of wage theft are being ensured as well, because that ultimately is the bottom line of retention. And if we cannot address that from the beginning, we're going to have a cycle where folks are feeling exploited and honestly will not want to work in future projects. So I want to encourage the council to consider that, and if there's any consideration to move away from any PLA inclusions and any agreements, that we really need to look at how do we address wage theft in work sites that historically there have been issues on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all. Okay, who else did we have from last week? Come on up, please. Go ahead, who'd ever like to be first?
Do I push a button or anything?
Nope, it's on.
Good afternoon. My name is Kennedy Morgan, and I'm with Northwest Infrastructure. We perform earthwork and utilities along with demolition. Having the advantage of listening to testimonies last week, I've spent the time since then mulling over what I've heard. It's interesting for a small town girl who had little exposure culturally growing up. I never knew how much discrimination still exists in our society. I never thought I would see it firsthand and realize how impactful it can be. During my 4+ years with Northwest Infrastructure and working closely with our owner, Michael Martin, I've come to realize some significant things. First, the construction industry is cutthroat. We've had jobs that should have been ours. We were low bidder and thoroughly qualified. And yet generals ripped the job out from under us. They gave it to others who needed work more, or found ways to get last-minute bids from others they'd rather work with. We have been told we weren't selected because they didn't feel we could meet their demanding schedule, and yet they never asked us about the schedule. We never had a discussion about whether we could meet it or what our manpower looked like. Doing DOT work, we've seen firsthand as well how marginalized minority companies are. Until recently, DOT required ethnic-specific participation on many projects. Do you know how the majority of that participation was achieved? With flagging, with dump trucking, and by purchasing oil. Periphery positions, lower profit margin roles. Only once were we ever contacted about doing other work, digging or installing utilities, the areas of our business that have a higher profit margin. How does this system grow business? How do these companies gain capacity? The answer is simple, they don't. An unregulated, unchecked, and faulty system where big general contractors are allowed to keep big money in-house, subcontract to their favorites, and marginalize businesses like ours is destined to fail us. NWI had a chance to be a part of both pilot projects with the CBA. At Kelly Butte, we were a sub-tier to the general to provide all of the trucking for the duration of the project. More than half the overall trucking hours were performed by our trucks. The remainder went to a total of more than 50 small and larger trucking companies we subcontracted to. I won't say that the project was without pitfalls. We struggled against our customer calling out trucks on their own and not running them through us. The effect that was that our contract value and participation would be reduced, and they benefited by paying very low rates. However, the Oversight Committee was invaluable. We called upon them more than once. The Oversight Committee was our voice to keep everyone in line and attempt to avoid further shenanigans. All in all, the experience was a good one. We learned a lot, and the $1.5 million in trucking contributed greatly to the growth of the company over 2 years. We also participated in the Water Bureau CBA pilot project. Northwest submitted a bid on the earthwork package. Within the earthwork scope, they required 5 years' experience in handling contaminated materials. We knew we didn't have the requisite experience, but we had connected with an environmental company who was willing to lend their expertise as a consultant to ensure our employees gained the experience doing the work with the requested supervision. Unfortunately, despite our having been the only minority-owned bidder for the work, we were not awarded. However, due to the CBA's involvement in the project, we did participate. An agreement was drafted whereby one of our foremen was able to work directly with the awarded contractor to gain the experience handling contaminated materials. The work was performed on a T&M basis for a total of $74,000. Without the CBA, we wouldn't have even had that opportunity. With the support of the CBA, Northwest has also transitioned to an industry-specific project management and bookkeeping system, utilizing their technical assistance program. Doing so helps us to operate more like the large companies, providing reporting in detail that our bonding company and banks like to see.
That's good. Try to finish up quickly.
Yes, I'm almost done. The CBA provided funding for us to begin our training to set the system up. What we have learned as a result of the CBA experience is that having an oversight committee is paramount. Having an advocate, a board, and a group of people who keeps generals and owners in check is the only way to ensure compliance. It's also the only way to have a voice to ensure significant and viable participation occurs that enables a company's capacity to benefit. What I'd like to offer from a personal perspective in closing is this. As a country, we clearly have not come far enough from the war our ancestors fought. Statistics cannot be argued with. White, male-owned, male-run businesses are flourishing. Fortis, Hoffman, Cannell, Kaufman, Kiewit, Stacy and Whitbeck, Remick, Walsh, to name a few. How many multi-million-dollar projects are run by the marginalized minority and women-owned businesses? Can you walk around the city and find high-rises built by companies owned by people that looked like the audience last week? Ask yourself this. Do you believe the reason you don't is because they aren't capable? Aren't competent? Lack capacity? In your heart of hearts, if you say yes, then you are the problem. If you question why, just look at the statistics. Listen to what people here are saying. Look at what they are capable of, and look at how the CBA has tried to bring a different approach to growing minority and women-owned businesses.
Thank you very much.
That was really helpful. Thank you for coming back it was even more helpful that you stayed and talked it. You could have sent it in my email, but being here to give everybody in the public awareness of what's going on is really helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
One of the values of this set of hearings has been how much we've learned. So I appreciate that. If you would be willing, along with others, to to leave us a copy of that so the council members could have that to read again, it would be very helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name's Chloe Daly. I'm here to support the work of the Metropolitan Alliance for Workforce Equity because the City of Portland should be using our public dollars and its purchasing power to end disparities in employment and economic opportunity in our communities to the greatest extent possible. Capping community investment associated with future projects at 1% of project costs with no clear plan of how these funds will be used and no meaningful community involvement and oversight is not an acceptable alternative. Think about how much better off we would be as a city right now if we'd been utilizing CBAs for the past couple of decades. Many of the people who have been most adversely affected by gentrification would have had greater economic opportunities, making them and their communities less susceptible to displacement. We need CBAs because the city needs to do a better job of involving the community in decision-making, particularly communities of color. Asking people of color to participate in advisory bodies with little or no power to monitor and help implement policy will only serve to increase cynicism and division. More importantly, it is unlikely that the city will make any progress towards curing historic disparities without meaningfully involving the affected communities. I come from a working class union family. In fact, some of my family's income depended on public projects. My dad worked on Tom McCall Waterfront Park. And I'm also a person of modest means, but I recognize that I have had more opportunities to succeed because of the color of my skin and my cultural heritage. It is important to acknowledge that privilege when considering policy decisions like the council is facing today. I urge the council not to accept the staff report. Furthermore, I urge the council to rededicate itself to community benefit agreements, which have demonstrated strong results in our pilot projects. Projects funded by the gas tax, because they are in the construction pipeline, would be excellent candidates for community benefit agreements that will continue to pull people out of poverty and provide economic opportunity to historically disadvantaged populations. And since I have a few seconds left, I want to say when I talk about these projects with the public and how impressive the results were, and that the city seems to be dismissing them, they want to know why. And I can't tell them why. Because it's not because we don't have enough women and minority contracts to hire. We proved that we did. It's not because they're not skilled. It's not because they're not able to come in on time or on budget. It's just because. And just because isn't a good enough answer to the people that dedicated their time and expertise to this process and to the workers who got to benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Crystal Magana, and my testimony is going to be a little bit different. I released from Coffee Creek 90 days ago after serving 16 and a half years. I went in at the age of 19 with only a GED education. I am a minority. I am Hispanic, firstborn generation here in the United States. I'm also Cherokee Nation and white. So I've faced a lot of obstacles, both during incarceration and upon release. If it wasn't for the CBA, I would have never had an opportunity to go through the Oregon Tradeswomen program and graduate that. I would not have had the opportunity to go to Mount Hood Community College and partake in a program to get my welding cert. I would have not had the opportunity to go through a HAZWOPER certification program, nor would I have just signed my Local 29 iron worker papers 3 weeks ago. This program is huge. The money, the community support, the folks both that are sitting here in this room, the people that unfortunately weren't able to get another day off from work, every one of them matters. 1% is not enough. There are more women than myself that are getting ready to release from Coffee Creek who are struggling just as hard as I am. I just happen to have a harder head and am willing to hit more brick walls to get my goals accomplished. I urge you with everything within me to support the CBA and to push it forward and to open it up so it's wider and bigger. If you guys don't support the unions and the open shops, folks like myself, I have a 17-year-old daughter. I will not have a wage to, number one, support myself, but number two, be there to support her to get to college and to have a future, I'm sorry, that doesn't include an incarceration. Currently, I'm housed at transitional service unit at the estate in downtown Portland. And as soon as I start Ironworkers the first week of November, I'm looking forward to moving into an apartment. But in the meantime, I live in the heart of trouble, the heart of drugs and alcohol, the heart of recidivism. And if it wasn't for this program, I wouldn't be moving forward and moving out of that. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. That
Okay, others remaining, come on up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. First, I would like to address, I want to thank Mayor Hales and the committee members here. It's a pleasure and an honor to be before you this afternoon. My name is Nathaniel Hartley, and I'm the owner of Professional Lath and Plaster LLC. We install metal stud framing, drywall, acoustical ceilings, interior and exterior lath and plaster. We are 100% union. I'm a member of the Professional Business Development Group, and we're comprised of state-certified minority contractors and professional businesses. PBDG's primary purposes are to improve the business conditions in the construction industry by increasing the capacity and utilization of DMW construction and professional service contractors. Number two, to link contractors to major public works and private sector opportunities. We work with all types of contractors, union and non-union. We have over 40 members in our organization, and we have even more attend our meetings, 50 to 60, attend our bi-monthly meetings. The CBA projects allow contractors and A&E professionals an opportunity to work on large projects that would have not been available before. Some of our firms had the benefit of taking part in our technical assistance services. Through their work, their capacity grew on bigger and better contracts. I directly benefited from the CBA. I participated at the Water Bureau project, and it went very well for me. My territory was expanded. I was taught how to install rigid foam insulation, which has been added to my operation, which is a very lucrative market. So because of the CBA, my business is expanding. I received software training, and now I'm able to operate on a higher level of functionality. I just want you to know that the CBA is a phenomenal program you guys have here, and I hope that you continue it. This had a great impact on a lot of people. So I want to thank you for your time.
Can I just ask you, sir, I was at Interstate yesterday thanking our water quality team. Did you do both drywall at the Interstate facility and insulation?
No, sir. I did the insulation on the entire exterior and interior.
Of the new building?
Yes, sir.
Well, congratulations.
Well, thank you.
It's a terrific building. We're very proud of it.
Yeah,
Thank you, sir.
Good work. Jody, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Thanks for your time today. I think it's been a long day for y'all. I'll make it brief.
Longer.
Well, if I keep going, you're right. I am Jody Gutzlow Parker, and I had the wonderful experience of working with people to craft this community benefits agreement, along with my predecessor at the Columbia Pacific Building Trades, Paul Riggs. He laid the foundation, and I was able to come in and, along with many others, help close that deal. I will forever be proud of my work there. It warms my heart to hear the stories that I've been hearing. I will forever be proud. Proud. It's been a while. I'm very nervous.
Doing great.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I was the co-chair also of the Labor Management Community, Oversight Committee, and that was not without its, I don't want to say struggles, but there was some complications. We got through them, and I was glad to help where I did. That impact is behind me now. But I'd like to tell you a little bit about A.J. Banuelos. And you'll excuse me if I get a little emotional. You might want to give me a tissue. That woman before us tore me up.
Yeah.
That's a story. So A.J. Banuelos is a laborer. She was an apprentice when we were putting together, when the project started. So we needed a minority, we needed a female. A.J. hit both of those marks. And she went through, let's see, I'm so sorry. It's been a long time since I've had to do this. I've been in the field working. It's much easier to run a forklift. She fulfilled all of her duties working for that pipe contractor, and I'll forever be grateful for her to come in and do that. She did that all the while working to raise her 3 children. She's later gone on to become Oregon's first female bellman, which is working in a very dangerous job, rigging the loads as the crane and telling the crane what to do to fly them up to whatever stores they're at. She was so brave to do that, I tell you. I want to ask you, what do you think gave her the courage to do that incredible job? You know, please. I always will believe that it's the strong foundation she laid up at Kelly Butte. It's difficult to be a woman in the trades. It's difficult, I'm sure, to even complicate that with young children at home, with her own story, with her minority status. She rose to the occasion and she helped complete that work. And I'll forever, ever be proud of her to do that. She's a strong laborer today, working with a major contractor, building buildings here in this town. She remains committed. Her children now, if I may, another memo?
Oh, sure.
Thank
Great
you.
call.
Her daughter is now entering college. She has her first job. Her son is entering, I think, high school. He plays football and he's grown. The youngest, he comes to our union meetings and he's a handful, and I admire her job there. But she's raising them right, and she did that with the benefit of a good apprenticeship. And I hate to say that we need to fill the slots. You know, if you know me, you know that I'll go out as, you know, I'm obviously a female, but when you get me out on the job site, I'm a hard worker. It doesn't matter what my gender is. We work hard. We need those doors in. You know that. You know, you helped pave the way to Portland streetcar, and I thank you so much for that. I want to ask you to, you know, take another look. Just think about the women, the men that are being impacted. They're buying houses. AJ's buying a house now. You know, she's, it's just an amazing story, and I'm proud to tell it, proud to be a part of it.
Thank you, Jody.
I got through it. Thank you
Yes,
so
you
much.
did. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Grant Page, I'm here representing Power Plus Electric. It's been a long journey to get here. There's been a lot of naysayers, and I was told I could never get accepted into an electrical apprenticeship, especially not a union one. I was told that if I did get in, I would never finish because there's going to be too many roadblocks. I was told I'd never be able to start my own business. I'm glad I never really listened to the naysayers because I proved them all wrong, but they're still talking to me. And the naysayers are telling me that although Portland is a good place to live, they're saying that we're not ready to have minorities participate in state-run and city-run projects. And I still don't believe them. I'm here to prove the naysayers wrong again. The city's going through an unprecedented growth period. I've always participated in the vitality and the growth of Portland, and I want to participate. I want to continue to participate, except for this time I want to participate as an electrical contractor. So I'm just urging you all to please support the CBA. The CBA does need some more oversight. It needs some teeth. So I believe that's the best tool that we have going forward.
if it wasn't for people like Pat from Constructing Hope, who testified on Thursday, people like Keith Edwards, who also testified on Thursday, and people like Maurice, who testified on Thursday. Those people, they reached a hand out to me, to a lot of people, but to me in particular. They didn't need to. They didn't get any extra money for that. But I think you can tell a lot about what's in someone's spirit and what's in their heart by what they do with their time and what they do with their money. And I saw those people spend a lot of their time not only with other people, but with me also. And I didn't see them get any money for that. And that tells me where their hearts are at. So I believe that Maurice has made a lot of recommendations to add to the CBA, and I urge that you strongly consider those. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, does that complete the list of folks that were signed up from before? Nope, one more. Come on up, please.
Is there somebody from Laborers 483 here? No, I can bring up some issues that they put to me.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Khaki Marshall, and I'm a Master's in Public Policy candidate, 2017, from the Hatfield School of Government, Portland State. It pleases me to be here today speaking to you on behalf of the citizens of Portland. The information that I want to talk about today has to do with the exhibit that was presented for your approval, specifically the report from what it looks like is from the Water Bureau talking about the CBA. There's a page in that report that outlines a set of recommendations going forward that clearly describes a set of policies that are involving a new type of equity and inclusion plan being proposed in lieu of a CBA, and talks about not continuing with the guidelines that had been proposed by the initial CBA. I'm requesting, and in fact, I'm advocating very strongly that you do not accept that report on the grounds that it violates the policies that you voted into ordinance in the Portland Comprehensive Plan. Portland Comprehensive Plan specifically states that on page, let's see, it's in the GP2-12, Guiding Principles and Policies. Policy number 2.30 talks about culturally appropriate processes, that planning of this nature needs to include consulting with communities to design culturally appropriate processes, meeting the needs of those affected by planning and investment the project, evaluate, use, and document creative and culturally appropriate methods, tools, technologies, and systems to inform and engage people, underserved and underrepresented groups about planning and investment projects. Policy 2.31, innovative engagement methods. Policy 2.35, participation and monitoring, talks about evaluating the document participation demographics throughout the planning, which includes the reporting period. Policy 2.36 talks about adaptability. The policies 2.26 talk about verifying data, which means that any data that was utilized to create that report that you're approving would have had to been shared with the communities and the coalitions that you engaged with and partnerships to create the community benefits pilot in the first place. There's policies that are being violated in here about transparency. We're ostensibly supposed to believe that the one signature on the bottom of that page is the one person that created that policy, when it's clear that the plans and suggestions made going forward specifically reflect the exact structures that were put into place about putting the Portland building plan policy into place. So it's, in effect, you would be authorizing and condoning a bureau manager to provide you with reports that are negligent of following these policies that you voted into ordinance in the comp plan. In closing, I'd just like to say that change is something that sometimes is uncomfortable. When you guys voted for that comprehensive plan to include all of the communities that have participated in the pilot project and being a part of creating that report, You haven't provided the bureau directors with any training or insight into how to change their behaviors and practices to comply with those policies. So it falls upon you as our leaders to let them know when they submit a report to you that it is no longer in compliance with new policies that you've set forward. So now's the time for you to stand behind the policies that you voted into ordinance on the Portland Comp Plan. Change isn't going to be easy. A lot of people are going to need to change the way they do business and the way that they present their findings to you in order to communicate, provide access for input, and make sure that the people who participated in the pilot project are not only given the data that's used to create the report, are able to give their participation to creating the report. It's transparent to them at the time which the report is being created, and their voices are being included in the information that you're adopting and accepting as a valid report. So that's my point. It doesn't really matter whether it's accurate or not. The way it was created is totally out of compliance with what you guys have set forward as the standards going forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, appreciate the testimony. I think we have.
One additional invited testimony, Mayor, that you've invited Dante.
Oh, I know. Dante's going to come up. Dante James, the director. I believe he's still planning on coming up and providing some comments to us as the close of this part of the discussion. So, Director James, come on up, please. Good afternoon.
Shock me when I sit down, will it? Good afternoon, Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. I guess I should say I appreciate the opportunity to provide closing remarks, but I'm not sure I do. As difficult as this conversation has been over the last couple of days of testimony, I truly appreciate all those who have testified and appreciate their passion and their commitment to this conversation. I want to preface my remarks by telling a story. I sit on the city's pre-qualification board, which is designed to determine pre-qualification for general contractors who want to bid on city work. It's a result of the disparity study and one of the recommendations that was created a couple of years ago. Contractors are required now to provide information on the last several years of projects that they have done, private and public, and also required to provide information on the percentage of utilization of M&WBEs on those projects. And last week I was reviewing one, and of at least the over 30 projects that they had listed as an example of the work that they had done in the last couple of years. Out of all of those 30 or more, two of them had any utilization of minority or women-owned businesses. One of those projects was, well, I take that back. The only projects that listed any participation were in two jurisdictions. One was Portland, and the other was one project done for the State Department of Transportation. All other projects they listed, at least 20, probably half of those were public, Eugene, City of Salem, okay, McMinnville, Gresham. None of them had any participation of minority or women-owned businesses, zero. So I say that to say, it's clear that Portland leads the way in doing this work in requiring participation and utilization of minority and women-owned businesses as contractors. And if we don't do it, it doesn't happen. The private sector, if has no goals, has no expectations, it doesn't happen. Cities that don't require it, it doesn't happen. And so what we're talking about is institutional racism and sexism in the construction industry. And the testimony that you've heard over the last couple of days, as diplomatic as they were trying to be, detailed for you the institutional racism and sexism that exists in hiring and working on the site, as well as being a contractor trying to get a job. That's why we're having this conversation, and I just don't want to lose that foundational understanding of why we have to have this conversation in the first place. And so what my task today is not to talk about the CBAs, good, bad, indifferent, but to talk about what has been put in place to move forward, at least as a draft concept. And it's been mentioned as the CEIP, the Community Equity and Inclusion Plan, as part of the conversation. And so I'll tell you where that came from, or how it began, which was a work group was put together at OMF to take the various tools that had been used, CBA, CBP, all of the documents, and distill the similarities across them and put them into a document for discussion. So each of those documents have been vetted by community in various ways. And so the goal was, and I wasn't even at the beginning of the process, the goal was to find the similarities in those documents and put them in one so that that could be then used for conversation moving forward. The draft of that document has been provided to the ECPC, which clearly has now made it out into the community, which is fine. We're not trying to play hide the ball. We wanted to give the ECPC the first opportunity to look at it because it is a commission representing the city of Portland and representing not the city as in government, but city as in community, and offering their thoughts and specific recommendations about it. They have been given the document. They have until tomorrow, I think, to provide final recommendations and thoughts back to the work group, which then will allow it to then be disseminated broadly to the community. And we have plans on talking to most of the folks who have been in the room testifying organizationally to give them an opportunity to then see the document that's been created and adjusted and provided with the input of the ECPC. So our plan is, the goal is that is what happens next once the comments from the ECPC come in. There's going to be a conversation October 10th with the ECPC and the city attorney, who's the keeper of the documents, to include and engage those comments from the ECPC. And then subsequent to that, we are meeting with, or planning on meeting with, lots of organizations to then have a broader conversation. So there's, and also the document itself absolutely has an oversight committee in it. By name, at this point, it was looking at ECPC doing it, but that may not be the best methodology or mode to do that. But it was the placeholder initially. So there will be an absolute community oversight, at least in the document, oversight committee that is in place to do what's already been discussed as a necessity. The timeline is an aggressive one because there's a date on your calendar, December 14th, to bring that. I've been very clear that it's a very aggressive goal, and if we don't meet it, we don't meet it, because what needs to happen is community involvement and engagement and support and feedback, and you don't want it to come to you and have this chambers filled with people who are screaming against it. So there's a desire and an effort that will be real and true community engagement and feedback on the document. So again, the goal, just because it's on your calendar before the end of the year, and again, it's a goal, right? The aspirational goals we keep talking about, that's an example of one. So anyway, that's kind of the process. So I just want to close by saying this, and if you have any questions of me, I'm happy to take them. We were blessed today to see the proclamation around Hispanic Heritage Month. There's Black History Month. Next week, you're going to hear a proclamation or present a proclamation on Indigenous Peoples Day. Symbols are important. Those are beautiful examples of recognition symbolically. Symbols don't put food on people's tables. Symbols don't get people a job. Symbols don't do anything except look good on paper. So it's up to us to implement the meaning behind those symbols. And so that's at least my effort and participation in this project. And so what I've outlined is how we see this currently set up to move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Dante?
So the next opportunity for the public to weigh in and hear comments from the commission is at the ECPC's October 10th meeting. Is that what you said?
October 10th is when the members of the ECPC will meet with the city attorney to help incorporate their comments into the document. Then it will go out, and we will hold community meetings or meet with community organizations for their input and feedback.
And then will it come back to the Equitable Contracting and Purchasing Commission just before it comes to council?
That's the hope in terms of timing, yes.
Okay. And I just want, as if this isn't complicated enough, I'd like to add something that the Laborers 483 reps brought to my attention yesterday, which is that we have in some of our bureaus entry-level positions and then working up to more senior positions, very similar to the apprenticeships and journeyman positions that we heard about in this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Commissioner Fish, I don't know whether, I'm pretty sure that actually the Water Bureau and Environmental Services do have that kind of training track.
Right.
And I'm not sure that there is that in parks. And so I'm going to be looking at, are there ways within our city, the Portland city government, that we can be modeling this also and do what Commissioner Fish was saying in reference to the Latino proclamation, helping to prepare people who have absolute qualifications, which maybe if we don't have any more positions in parks, that the training they got in parks might help them get into a better position within the community. So I just wanted to mention that because it seemed like a very good.
No, that's great. And to that point and points made earlier, the data that you got presented by ECPC, I think it demonstrated two things specifically. One, that even if there were goals being met, that the goals were being met in very limited areas like trucking, like flagging, okay, not in different area and aspects of the work. And then secondly, that in terms of workforce, the workforce numbers are being met in areas, not in any management, not in any supervisors positions, very much entry-level positions, and tend to be met in one demographic as opposed to across the board.
Mayor, can I engage you in a colloquy for a moment?
Go ahead, if we have bandwidth left to do that.
I have to confess, I've been up since 4. I know your goal is to get to the rest of the agenda. We have a lot of community partners here, so I want to suggest a way to bring closure today for this item, for your consideration and council consideration, and we can have that discussion, and I think Dante can help us. So there is no decision that comes out of this meeting with respect to a CBA, CBP, CEIP, or any hybrid. And I apologize to Commissioner Fritz for using acronyms, but I know we heard a lot of testimony last time about, don't jump the gun and do something. So let's be clear. There is no new something that we're adopting. We're laying a path forward for some community conversations. That's number one. Number two, Mayor, you and I have slightly different pieces of this. So my bureaus did the pilot project. Right. We've reported on those numbers. We've had that portion of the hearing. Your bureaus are overseeing the consideration of alternatives and different kinds of ideas, all with the goal of building on a success, all with the goals of can we get even a better outcome. So, but what I have heard in this hearing is a lot of heartburn about some of the documents that are before us. And that's why we've heard from a number of people, don't accept, because by accepting you're ratifying, and we have concerns. So I'd like to propose a compromise that allows us to move forward with some clarity and allows us also to complete our agenda today, and that's the following. That in lieu of accepting the report on this item, we simply receive the report as filed And in our rules, there's a difference between accepting and receiving. And receiving just is a matter of transmittal, and it's filed. And we don't have to officially accept and take a vote. And that's within your discretion under the rules, and it's been discussed with each of the offices as an option. That way, it doesn't just go into the ether, it's going from here to here, but it's not being accepted. So that's my first suggestion, that we simply receive it, file it, not accept it, and postpone taking any official action on it. Second, I think it's important that we be clear that Dante, the director, has laid out a path. Those are aggressive timelines. The council may decide they're too aggressive, but that's for further conversation, and it's going to depend a lot on what kind of feedback he gets, and whether it's feasible within this truncated timeline to come up with something. But I think he's also made clear there's going to be a lot of opportunity for public comment, and we may not get there. And third, nothing is going to change in the interim because we've already, as a council, adopted a CBP, Community Benefits Plan for Washington Park, and we've set higher goals than we had in the pilots. So that's behind us. And there actually is no particular thing which we are being asked to adopt. We are continuing a process, and frankly, just speaking for myself, I have found the last 2 days of hearings on this, while they were raw and sometimes uncomfortable, I thought they were very helpful. And frankly, not just to ventilate some really tough issues, but I thought there were some new issues that were put on the table that were fantastic, like the regional approach, which I think is something that we have an interest in doing so that we're not just doing one-off job opportunities, but we're creating a continuum. And also, having some follow-up conversations about what accountability looks like, what oversight looks like, the legal issues raised by signatories. I mean, I've listened carefully, taken a phone book worth of notes. So I think if we just receive it and don't accept it, we give ourselves more breathing room to engage some of those issues. Dante has laid out a path for considering a modified proposal, which we may or may not take up in the balance of your term, we may or may not accept. And beyond that, there is actually nothing we are doing to change the status quo. And I want to be clear, because there was a lot of heartburn about that last time, that somehow this is leading to a change, because we have already acted on Washington Park, and that's behind us. So my proposal is we receive it, we publicize the dates and the opportunities for comment, but then we as a council decide whether this is a timeline that we're comfortable with.
I like that proposal, and I'll take that as a motion.
Second.
And we can discuss it, or we can talk about it as we vote on it, but I think it is a way to resolve what we've heard, and I've heard a lot.
Excuse
I've
me.
got a lot to say, so.
I don't think we vote on it.
No, we don't need a motion, Mayor.
We don't.
We're receiving it. So in lieu of a vote, you
Well, then-
have the power as the presiding officer
I get
to
it.
say that's how we're proceeding.
Okay, then I'll be prepared to do that, but I also want to give members of the council an opportunity to comment. So would you like to start, Steve?
Yes, I think that's a very good suggestion. I mean, I think that in the past 3 years, there's only been one report that I voted not to accept, which was the JTDF report, which had non-existent content. So I was thinking that I could conceivably vote to accept this report without suggesting that I agree with anything in it. And there are certainly some controversial statements in the introduction to the report. I mean, for example, there's a statement that there were indistinguishable improvements using the CBA compared to the City of Portland's existing WASB subcontracting processes goals that have been achieved on other alternative procurement projects that did not have a CBA. I think that is one statement that is certainly subject to dispute, and I would not have wanted to vote to accept this report as a suggestion that I'm taking one side or another that's on a disputed issue. I think that the suggestion that we say we're receiving the report makes it quite clear that it doesn't mean that we're agreeing with everything in it. I also wanted to say that Commissioner Fish noted that it may be the timeline Dante has outlined is too aggressive. Commissioner Saltzman said in a previous meeting that he's seen every new mayor address this issue, and he expects the next mayor will as well. And I've already had conversations with Mayor-elect Wheeler and Tom Reinhardt, who will be his new CEO, about the importance of taking a long look at how we make sure that we engage more women and minority contractors and more women and minorities in the workforce of our contractors. So thank you, Mayor, for giving me the chance to expound.
Thank you. Mr. Fritz?
Thank you. I think I heard a lot of good testimony both today and the last time we discussed this, and I'm very glad that the Equitable Contracting and Procurement Commission, which is very hard to say, it's no wonder everybody says ECPC all the time. I'm glad that the commission is moved into the Office of Equity and Human Rights. Obviously, we need to figure out how to get it properly staffed as well. And normally we would want to have had a lot of these conversations heard by the commission before it gets to council. You often say, Mayor, for the Planning Commission, that you want it 90% ready, and then, or 95, and then come to council for us to make the final tweaks. And it didn't feel like anything was close to 90% in these discussions. And Tom Reinhardt, who will be the new Chief Administrative Officer, will start work, I believe, on October 1st. So he can hopefully be engaged in this process. Another person that I believe needs to be engaged is Christine Moody of Procurement Services, who nobly stood back and let the community give their input. And I know how committed she is to equitable contracting and to finding ways of engaging more women and minority businesses and workers. Because whenever she brings something to council, she's telling us what she did after the bids to make sure that the amount of participation got better. And she's had some spectacular results. So I hope, and I want you to nod, Director James, that Christine will be very much engaged in this. Absolutely good. Thank you very much. And really great participation, especially for the people who came and told their personal stories, which were so moving and helps us really understand how important this is. So thank you, everybody, for your work.
Thank you. Mr. Fish, would you like to make a few comments?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be very brief. I want to thank the city staff that pulled together the materials that we've been reviewing. I want to thank the LMCOC. I will speak for the Water Bureau that we've learned a lot from the two pilots. And we're proud of the results at the two pilot projects. And I am more convinced than ever that we are, despite whatever differences we may have about means, we are all united in the goal of creating more opportunity for women and minority businesses. I also think this council, and every council I've served on in 8 years, has a consistent track record of supporting prevailing wage and high road labor standards. And so there are some legal and what I would almost say technical issues that we are disagreeing over, or we are having within the family a lively discussion about. And I think people made very compelling arguments during this hearing. And now we have a chance to hit the pause button and to evaluate and consider those arguments. But I don't want anyone to leave this piece of our agenda over the last two sessions thinking that we are not committed to high road standards for working people, that we're retreating from prevailing wage, that we don't think that labor standards should be enforced, or that we're not committed to opportunity. How you balance all those things is hard, and the CBA is an example of a very well-intentioned effort to craft something that could move the ball. One of the questions that I've had throughout this process, as someone with a proud history of involvement in the labor movement, is, can we do better? And I think sometimes the conversation, because this has been a little raw, and as Commissioner Fritz pointed out, it hasn't been as cooked as maybe we would like. I think sometimes people have maybe misunderstood that in asking these questions, we're not looking to retreat, we're looking to advance. And how do you advance and do so in a way that isn't divisive? Because the one part of this process that gave me pause was when I saw my friends questioning each other's motives. And that we can never do. That is a sin. We cannot do that. We cannot function in this room if we do that. And I hope we limit that in the future. I don't question people's motives. I think people have different life experiences and different perspectives, and our job is to try to reconcile things. But let's be clear, we start with a foundation of shared values. And without being flip, I think my one regret over a lengthy process is I think too much time has been spent focusing on the 1%, and I don't mean the 1% in the way that Commissioner Novick speaks about the 1%, and not enough about the 100%. And by that, I mean we should never accept progress through the lens of how we spend a 1% carve-out. Our measurement of success is how we spend the 100% of the project funds in advancing shared goals. And we've been talking a lot about who pulls the levers on the 1%, and we're going to keep the 1%. Folks, let's not take our eye off the ball. It's the 100% that we care about. And finally, just a comment about accountability. I've been on this council long enough to hear all kinds of views about accountability. But the consistent thing that I've learned is that accountability cannot be delegated. And we can have oversight bodies and partners at the table and people helping us. But at the end of the day, the mayor and his 4 colleagues are accountable, and no one else. And when a bureau says we're going to get to a better outcome and puts the commissioner in charge and the director's name on that commitment, that is, in my view, as it should be. Now, how we get there and how members of the community help us get there is a good conversation. But the accountability in our form of government rests with a commissioner in charge and a director. And we can never, ever confuse that. We can never, as a substitute, say we're going to delegate that to some well-intentioned group of people, and then if we fall short, say, well, too bad. Because this council has to be accountable for those goals. And when the council says on Washington Park, we're going to do better than the CBA, we're on the hook for that. And we don't get to 10 years from now say, gosh, you were right, we should have had a different process for how we get there because we misjudged. A commitment has been made, and it's a rather audacious commitment, and we're on the hook for it. And I can't even use the excuse of potentially having my bureaus reassigned because I said, as long as I'm on this council, we're going to achieve those goals. Thank you to everybody that participated in this discussion. I think it's been one of the most important conversations we've had. And I hope we can take the positive energy here and approach the next chapter in the spirit of doing better than we've done in the past. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me add a little bit to these good comments. One, I said this last time, but I'll try to restate it in a way I hope that makes sense. But that is, in one capacity or another, I've been in this room for 14 years. And we've been talking about this subject for the entire span of that time, which included a 10-year gap. This particular hearing and all those 14 years, all the different subjects we've talked about, is the most peculiar combination of frustration, celebration, and agreement that I've ever seen. And it's a little puzzling in one sense. And you go back to the beginning of this hearing and you look at what Fred Miller listed as what we need to be doing. Break down the data on workforce. Alternative contracting is working better than low bid. We have to do better. Focus on a pipeline of talent for the future. Engage regional partners. Coach firms. Increase the pool of. There's so much agreement in this room about where we should be and about what's working. And the CBAs clearly have been working. And I've learned a lot. So that's the other thing. I have learned so much in these two discussions in this chamber. And I think one of the things that was illuminated right at the end is probably the most important point. And that is we're still talking about this, as Dante said, because there's institutional racism and sexism in our city. It's in the construction industry. And it's actually in city government as well. Not because we are racists and sexists, but because if we don't make changes that are real enough and big enough, then we don't achieve equity. And I've learned that from Dante James. Thank you. A long time ago, Edmund Burke said, all that's necessary for the triumph of evil is for good people to do nothing. Well, in this case, all that's necessary for the triumph of injustice is for us to do not enough. And that's the point I've learned from this. The CBAs are a high watermark of doing more like enough, if I can put that a little inartfully. But we did a little more like enough this time. Let's learn from that. Let's repeat that. Let's use that tool some more. I get that. Some other things that are clear. If the community's not a partner, there's no progress on this. So the community's got to be an actual partner, not just making nice words about that. It's got to really be true. That includes real oversight. The Equitable Contracting and Purchasing Commission and the Labor Management Community Oversight Committee, like the sound of that, are both attempts at having that kind of real oversight from both labor and management and the community. We've got to have that in this case. We've got to have real data disaggregated about who's getting the work and how much of it and how many hours and what progress are they personally making. We've heard some good stories. I don't mean to denigrate those stories or to minimize them at all. That was a teachable moment as well from each of those workers who came here and told us their story. So thank you for them and for those who have helped them. We got to create real consequences for noncompliance. There's got to be real teeth to this, because if we're going to push people in an uncomfortable direction past barriers of racism and sexism, then we've got to have penalties for not going where this community says we must go. So equity is hard work. It's worth the extra time, and I appreciate the amount of time that the council has put into this discussion. It's worth a lot of energy. For the remaining time that I am here in this position as your mayor, I'm going to keep pushing this progress and the use of tools that work, including community benefits agreements, because they do work. So thank you all for really helping us understand better. I want to close by sounding a little negative. My colleague Dan is not here to defend himself, but he could have been interpreted in what he said last time as that, well, you know, nothing ever changes. We talk about this every time a new mayor comes in. Well, that's true. That's because we're not there yet, but we've learned some things here, and we've got some tools that work, and we as a city will use them. I will, and I believe the next mayor will as well, and I know that my colleagues here want to make this work and to make this progress real and stick and grow. So I learned a lot. Thank you all. More progress to come. This report is received and filed. Thank you.
Mayor, can we go to 1078?
We need to do, yes, we're going to go to 1078. And then before he leaves, we got to do 1083. So we're going to do 1078, and I think we can do that in time to get 1083 in before Commissioner Novick leaves. So 1078, please.
Report from the Special Appropriations Committee on recommendations for grant awards from the Special Appropriations Fund and the awarding process.
Ms. Wiggins.
Mayor, Council, I'm Rachel Wiggins from Mayor Hill's office. Apologies in advance. I think we are all a little tired, so if I forget some items or get a little loopy, that is why. So I am here as a representative of the Special Appropriations Committee. If you'll remember, I came to you back in June with a resolution around forming that committee and some guidelines with which we would use to review applications. Before you is a report that includes both the committee's recommendations for funding as well as a report out of how we got to those recommendations as well as recommendations for moving forward. So first, how did we get there? This committee was created as a way to address the concerns around awarding special appropriations funds in the budget process, it not being competitive or as transparent as it could be. Council felt that this would be an appropriate step forward to make this a more accessible and equitable process. So we established 5 areas with which people could apply: opportunities for youth, community health, community-based arts and culture, expanding economic opportunities for Portlanders, and limited-term special events. The committee received 80 applications from organizations. Initially, we established 6 different means of evaluating those applications. Does this application address one or more of the city's measures of successes as established in the Portland Plan? Does this organization or request impact an underrepresented community? Does it address the city's equity goals? Does it have a positive citywide impact? Does it have measurable outcomes, and is the program feasible? That last one was specifically because these are one-time requests, and we wanted to ensure that by funding organizations, we weren't putting them in a position where either they were going to be in a lurch year two, or they would need to come back to the city expecting ongoing funding for a one-time request. So the committee awarded scores out of 10 for each organization and used that as a means of establishing which ones needed to be discussed. Again, this process was created to be more rigorous than a political process, but still have the flexibility so that the committee could address issues and questions as the process moved through. It is the first year, and we recognized that it wasn't going to be perfect year one, and we didn't want to tie our hands and make it less good of a process. So in taking a look at the applications, a couple of things rose to the top. One, we placed an emphasis on organizations who either had never before been funded by the city or were not currently being funded. We did get some requests from organizations who had received funds in the 16-17 budget and then had additional asks through special appropriations. Additionally, when taking a look at the asks, we prioritized those that were more than just an FTE request. Again, concerns that by hiring an individual, what was that organization going to do come July 1 without city funding? And lastly, we had $1 million to allocate out, and recognizing that there were 80 organizations requesting funds, the committee felt that it wasn't appropriate to award more than 10% of that fund, so 100,000.
To anyone, yeah, to any one organization.
Yep, no, one organization doesn't get more than 10%. So using those emphases as well as the 10%, we came up with this recommendation, which is 20 organizations. Half of them are fully funded asks, half are partially funded asks. We are a little short than $1 million. I think it works out to $106 and some change. But it didn't make sense just to throw that at an organization and expect them to account for it. So from this process, we came up with a couple of recommendations and encouraged the council, one, to continue on, but if they do, some suggested tweaks. One, that organizations should only submit one application. We had several organizations with multiple asks, and it was a little difficult to weigh both those asks against each other and other organizations. Again, no request should be awarded more than 10% of the fund. Organizations not currently receiving city funds should be given priority consideration. Probably the biggest being to move the process up. There were several instances where we felt that an organization should get funds, but perhaps not through the special appropriations process, whether that be arts tax dollars or to connect them with a bureau and have a bureau fund it, since it seemed more appropriate. And because we were outside of the budget process, we couldn't have those conversations. So you will see in our recommendations, there are a couple of arts organizations that we think would benefit from art tax dollars, specifically the Young Audiences of Oregon. They have a program within Kairos, and we think that that's a great opportunity to connect Kairos with art tax funds and have it be supported that way. And then lastly, just some questions that should be added to the application. What outcomes does your organization already track? That was a big question for the committee in terms of how do we ensure that the funding is actually going to move a needle. If you're using these funds to create a new program or to hire an FTE, what are your long-term plans for funding that position? And then just asking them to break down their budget into one-time and ongoing costs. So that is where we are.
Rachel, I have one question for you.
Yes.
And I know it's late, but there were almost seven times the asks than the available funding.
Mm-hmm.
You had 5 categories.
Mm-hmm.
You were in your inaugural year making up sort of developing guidelines and rules. And not only do you have a recommendation for how to allocate the $1 million, but as I understand it, it is the consensus recommendation of the committee, and that no member of council is currently planning to offer an amendment.
That is my hope.
To what do you attribute that outcome?
I think, one, having it be a staff process was extraordinarily helpful. We came into a room without egos and attempted, I do not mean that to be offensive, but we went into a room attempting to make a process work and to get, recognizing that nobody wanted to duke this out in council chambers. And I think that each staff member was very committed to awarding good organizations with good asks, not organizations who knew their boss.
Well said.
The rest will be dealt with as an
I-
HR matter, privately.
I appreciate the good work of the staff. I would have a slight bias, and I would say Rachel Wiggins is the reason for that, but your colleagues did good work as well.
They were wonderful.
Well, what I heard from Jamie, sort of the briefings from the meetings where they were really lively and they were open and there were some big disagreements along the way, but somehow you came together around a set of recommendations everyone felt very strongly about. So I'm going to join with the mayor in saying congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that wants to speak on this item besides Rachel?
Mayor, I move the report.
Is there a second?
Nobody else wants to speak?
Doesn't look like it. People that are
I
smiling.
got chosen.
All right, roll call, please.
Sorry, who seconded?
Second.
It was second, yes.
Novick?
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the mayor for recommending that we move to this kind of process to do special appropriations. I think this is a very transparent and fair process, and it's given the council offices the opportunity to discuss the merits of each application and the priorities of each office based on a set of criteria in detail. I really appreciate the hard work of the committee. Rachel Wiggins, Tim Crail, Tia Williams, Jamie Dunphy, Erica Nebel, Eileen Rowe, and Sheila Craig, as Commissioner Fish just noted, did an incredible amount of work engaging in a process we'd never engaged in before. So thanks to them very, very much. Really appreciated some of the suggestions for tweaking the process that Rachel mentioned that the committee offered. For example, asking in future rounds, what outcomes does your organization track? I think that is an important question to ask that will enable us to make sure that we're giving funds to organizations that in fact do track outcomes and have a proven record of achieving those outcomes. There is one rule that, as it were, that the committee adopted that I'm a little uncertain about, which is the idea that you should only allocate 10%, no more than 10% of the funds to any one project. I can imagine there might be a year where you get two $500,000 projects that would be transformative, and it might be a better investment to do that than to break it up into numerous applications. But that can be a discussion that we have in the years to come. But thank you very, very much for all your work, and in particular, thank you, Erica. Aye.
Fritz?
Well, I agree, Mayor, that I think this is a much better process than has happened before, and so I hope we can continue it. Congratulations to the 18 organizations that are receiving these public tax dollars, and some of them have representatives here, presumably just to make sure that nothing falls off. And I won't. I believe that the ability of the staff to meet together, all 5 of them with their grant staff, is part of the reason that we got to a good product. And certainly Tim Crail, my representative, was checking back with me, but not very much. The appropriate amount are the things that are really important to you. I hear what you're saying in terms of the transformative projects. I think that it is special appropriation money, and that spreading it amongst more organizations is probably the better way to go. And as was noted by Rachel, who also is fantastic, thank you, Rachel, some of them could go into a bureau's budget or into the big projects. So it will be nice next year if we do this. I don't know whether we're going to be able to with the budget. I do agree with the committee's recommendations, and then the extra piece would be that there were more people in the audience than giving testimony on the budget, the big budget, than we're able to get away for this one today. So that's another maybe stepping up the transparency is by running them concurrently. Thank you very much. Aye.
Fish?
Well, I'm just going to repeat what people have already said. Charlie, I think this was a good idea and I think it's produced a great outcome, so thank you. Rachel, Rachel tires of hearing this, but, you know, she's a fan favorite in my office, and because of the great work she does. And you did play an outsized role in getting everyone together and getting the consensus, so congratulations. Jamie Dunphy on my team, I've never seen him so actually excited about an assignment. And the sense I got was everybody who was designated really took this on and gave it their best. I'm very proud of these organizations we're funding. And I could go through each one and tell you why, but I'm just going to pick one and then shut up, and that's the Confluence Project. And the Confluence is one of the smallest dollar amounts, and for some people, maybe a head scratcher. They look at it and say, why are we funding this? Well, this is the project that is investing in Maya Lin's monumental piece of naturalistic art, which will be installed on the Columbia, which dates back to the removal of Salado Falls and the damming of the Columbia and the consequences to Native people and to commerce. And the concept here, so why Portland? Well, we were approached because on the theory that every single government in the stream of commerce had some benefit from the dam that also disadvantaged a Native American community. And what a beautiful statement if every government that's impacted by that decision gives a little bit of money, symbolic amount of money, to a nonprofit which is going to revisit the heritage of this site and reconnect all of us to this river and to our history. And Mayor Hales, I'm hoping that you and I can prevail upon the county to match that amount, because I think that would be a wonderful statement. But every government along the river acknowledging that in one way or another, either contributed to or benefited from a decision which has great historical significance to Native peoples. I think that's a beautiful thing we did. It's a small amount of money, but I'm proud this council is making that statement. Thanks to all my colleagues. Aye.
The only thing I'll add to these good comments is this worked out better than I hoped. Not only that we got to yes through a really effective process of staff conferring and synthesizing, but if you look at what we're doing in the community in terms of community benefit through all these organizations and what they've come up with, it's another case of this is magnifying the effect of good government at the city in ways that we wouldn't have thought of. Just like the innovation project that we have in our own bureaucracy comes up with ideas that we would never, the five of us, come up with. So I'm just excited about what's going to happen in Portland because of these organizations that have gotten some help from us, in addition to the fact that we're doing good work here as a team of people that care about the city. Bravo, well done. Aye. Okay, let us try to deal with a few emergency items before we lose a quorum. One of them is
Mayor? Before that, 1079
Yes,
is
it's
actually an emergency.
item. I know.
Sorry, the asterisk got
I
left
noticed
off
the
the
asterisk.
agenda.
So
Yeah.
we're going to take 1079 next, please.
1079, authorize the chief of police to execute revenue-generating police secondary employment agreements with hiring businesses for amounts not to exceed $100,000.
Lieutenant Shover, thank you for waiting.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Mayor, City Council, I'm Lieutenant Eric Shover with the Portland Police Bureau, obviously. Wanted to speak with you quick and fast about an ordinance. For about the past 20 years, the Police Bureau has been providing secondary employment to businesses and community members throughout the Portland area. This ordinance is designed to shore up some discrepancies that was found when I was tasked with this project of working on police secondary employment. Currently, the Portland Police Bureau is authorizing and signing most police secondary employment without council approval. And during recent research, it was revealed that there's no specific ordinance or ordinance language that covers this allowance. This ordinance, like I said, will fix the discrepancies within the ordinance and delineates a clear process for community members to hire police officers for secondary employment. This will allow the Police Bureau to move in more of an agile and quicker response to the community needs, and there's nothing in this ordinance that would be adding extra cost or negating any police patrol services. As a matter of fact, this will add additional officers at any particular time on the streets for patrols. As I said, this is a cost-neutral ordinance. All secondary employment is being reimbursed to include any administrative fees that take part in the hiring of police officers by community members. This ordinance has been reviewed by the City Attorney's Office and the City Fiscal Department Bureau, and they all approve and recommend this ordinance.
Thank you. Let me ask the obvious question from this morning, and that is, if we're short of human resources, does this still make sense, and how is it regulated?
Yes, sir, it does quite a bit. What this does, this is only hiring of officers that are in an off-duty status. So it has no effect on patrol staffing. As a matter of fact, it will enhance it because the officers who are hired for police secondary employment are available for calls that could be generated by the businesses and entities that are actually hiring the police officers. It literally puts them at the spot where these entities and events could cause police calls, and puts them there and actually limits the criminal activity and so forth. And they're the first person on in response to any kind of issue that happens there. And it puts it on the entity and the business that's creating the event. They're paying for these officers. And so it limits taxpayer money for these events.
Thank you. Other questions?
Just like to explain that in different words, because I didn't understand it and had several of the concerns that Dan Handelman had sent in documentation at the previous time. So I'm just going to say it, and then you can tell me if I've got it right or not. So the officer is on their day off. They get a day off, and they can choose to do overtime on the Bureau, or they can choose to sign up for one of these contract jobs. If they go for the contract job, they are doing police work. They're in their official police uniform. It's not that they're in a security guard uniform. They are on duty. And they, for instance, in a business that's getting a lot of shoplifting, they write that up right then and there, and they don't have to call anybody else, which is how the patrol officer would be free then to do other things, because if there's, I would think a shoplifting call would be a lot less urgent than some of the calls that people do in patrol cars. And the cost is completely paid for by the contractor and includes benefits and retirement PERS, those kinds of things too.
Yes, ma'am.
Have I got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So Deanna Weston-Mitchell was very helpful in explaining all that to me, and including the concept of how can it possibly help when we're in such a shortage, and that the chief has to authorize each particular one. So the contract, so they're not going to be at a business that we wouldn't like to support.
That is very correct. And one thing to add to that, ma'am, is regarding the patrol staffing, minimum staffing levels, if we have to force or order officers in, the contracts are all stipulated to the fact that patrol staffing comes first, and we'll cancel that contract if we need that officer for patrol.
Fabulous.
Thank
And then further in discussion with Deanna, I'm wondering if a contract might solve the problem of the Rock and Roll Half Marathon, that the Rose Festival could apply for a contract for something like this.
Potentially.
So I'd like to explore that.
Explore that. Good.
Thank you very
Thank you very much. Any other questions for him? Thank you. Anyone want to speak on this item?
Mr. Johnson?
Okay, come on up. Save a couple of these emergency items for tomorrow.
Good morning, Commissioners. Charles Johnson, for the record. I want to thank Commissioner Fritz for elaborating about her conversations with Deanna Weston-Mitchell. There's still, I don't know if it's impropriety, but when we talk about having a police human resources crisis, and then we see these officers serving, I mean, my activity is mostly limited to downtown, so I don't know if businesses in lower financial traffic areas of the town are able to really afford to buy extra protection. People are renting a higher level of police service. And I mean, arguably, we're in a capitalist society. They won. They're the winners. Apple Corporation, they have $186 billion in cash assets. They can rent all the enhanced security they want. But I still think that the people of Portland, in large number, when they look inside the Apple store, they don't want to see a Portland police Trek bicycle just sitting around for 8 hours. Because that's how this contract works, is when the officer that comes from the bike squad, they may or may not get a car from the basement of the Portland Police Bureau and park it in front of the Apple Store area for a few hours. Now, there are arguments that that is a deterrent tool. I kind of would like to have more police vehicles and not tell people that we have less police, because I do believe in the deterrent power of the police vehicle. But I don't think it's essential that you vote no on this, although I would like it. But I think that you need to be prepared to understand that the community is not fully persuaded that this is really good community safety policy. It's really a chance for officers who often tell us that we're so stressed out because we're understaffed and we can't work. But hey, I'll go hang out in Target or an Apple store for 8 hours if you give me whatever the numbers are in this, PDF. We can look at them. They're normal human resource number hours. To a lot of people in this community, to a lot of the Latino employees that just stood up here, they may seem like really generous compensation amounts. So vote your conscience. No is a good choice. And if you vote yes, just remember that I'll be encouraging all dissenters to perpetually hold your feet to the fire on this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? So it is, after all, an emergency ordinance, so let's take a vote, please.
Novick?
Aye.
Fritz?
Aye.
Fish?
Aye.
Hales?
Needs to be used with care, but it is a good tool in the right hands. Aye.
Mayor, I have a request.
Okay.
And that's Commissioner Novick. I think we can do 1083 in 5 minutes.
Okay.
And my staff have been sitting here patiently waiting all day.
Let's please do that, and
Thank
then
you.
we'll see about everything else. 1083, would you read it, please, Carla?
Yes, authorize a competitive solicitation and contract with the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for construction of the Mount Scott Community Center heating, ventilation, and air conditioning replacement and direct digital control upgrade project for an estimated $581,525, and add the Mount Scott Community Center HVAC addition project to the Portland Parks and Recreation System Development Charge Capital Improvements Plan list.
Thank you. It's pretty much explained in the title, but I have stuff here.
All right. Yeah, that's a minute right there. What else do you want to add?
Well, Mayor Hales and Commissioners, thanks for a long day and listening to this. But again, we're here to gain your approval of the ordinance that was just read. And I'm going to turn over to Jerry really quick, the project manager, to briefly describe the project. Thank you.
All right, so Mount Scott.
Put your name in the record, please.
Jerry Verhoff, Senior Engineer Associate with Parks, and Project Manager and Construction Manager for this project. Okay. Mount Scott buildings were the original building was built almost 89 years ago, and then other pieces were added as it went along. The first HVAC going in about 50 years ago. So, and some of those same units are still in place, which is more than twice the anticipated life cycle of these units. So this project will replace those and get more efficient units in there, as well as expanding the areas that have correct heating and correct cooling to make it more supportive to having patrons as well as staff in there during the hours that they are open. Part of this ordinance is asking for the add to the SDC list, and the way that will come about is that ask is for the unit that will be for the gym. Currently in the summer months, the only programming that can be done there because of how hot it gets is in the early hours when it's cooler, and then in the evenings for drop-in, and then that's not a lot of participate in that because it does get so warm in there. So the SDC ask of $120,000 is going to put that unit with an air conditioning cycle in it, allowing them to expand
that the use of the gym during the summer months, as well as expanding the capability to do cooling centers for senior citizens and also for first responders.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone else want to speak on this item?
Commissioner Fish back
So we'll
there.
need to get Commissioner Fish back for a moment so we can take this vote, and then we'll move to items that don't require all four of us.
Thank you for the very succinct report. This was a special one-time general fund allocation in the 15-16 budget.
Yes.
And the 120,000 or so that Jerry just identified is approximately 20% of the cost.
Well, instead of making comments when we vote, I'll comment now, unless that's Commissioner Fish. It is. Nope. All right, he'll be here in a moment. 23 years ago this month, I stood on the crumbling edge of the old Mount Scott pool with Charles Jordan and suggested to the voters of Portland that we ought to pass a bond measure. So that's one of my favorite memories of my public service. Not only that doing that with him at that moment, but that people said yes, and the outdoor pool is gone, and here we are. So we didn't do everything the building needed, obviously, that's why this is here, but we started a train of events that leads to today. At that moment, I believe it was September 1993. So, because we put it on the ballot for May of 1994, that's when the voters passed it. So.
Mayor, I have to ask, did you subsequently memorialize that commitment on a bar napkin?
No bar napkins were involved in that one. But a lot of great meetings with Mary Ann Casson and David Judd and Charles Jordan, figuring out what we should do, where and when. Okay, we're ready to take a vote. Commissioner Fish is in the house, so roll call, please, on 1083.
Mayor, I was monitoring this on the television in the restroom.
Okay. No mercy break was allowed. Go ahead, please.
Novick?
Aye.
Thank you very much for staying for this one. Thank you, staff, for sitting all afternoon and for all your good work. It's especially nice to have a chief engineer who's also a woman. Thank you. Aye.
Fish?
Aye.
Hales?
Aye. Okay, we have some emergency items we'll need to carry over for tomorrow, namely 1080. Do you want to carry over the?
I think 1080 was referred back, yes?
Right.
Oh, was it? I'm sorry.
We have a water bureau thing teed up to go.
Okay, so 1080 is referred back to Commissioner Salton's office. Let's go ahead and try to do the rest, 1081. All right, you want to do that today, Commissioner Fritz?
Yeah.
Urban Forestry Trust Funds?
Sorry.
You want that read with 1082?
1081. What's that? Oh,
They
okay.
can stay. So could you just come up, Pooja?
Pooja, you want to do it now yourself, or do you want to carry it over for tomorrow? Oh, we can carry it over tomorrow if they want to make the report.
It is a good report.
Oh, let's do that.
Interesting.
Let's carry this over to tomorrow, and
Thank
just
you.
we'll take it up front. What about
That was
1080?
1081 and
Yes.
1082.
You want to do those both then?
Yes, please.
Sure. Okay, 1081, 1082 are carried over to tomorrow. 1084 is a second reading, so let's do that, please.
1084, amend contract with Titan Utilities LLC for additional compensation to complete existing contract work and to perform required structural repairs to the pipe supports for the Columbia Boulevard wastewater treatment plant, Iverness 30-inch force main repair project, number E10629, for $350,000.
Questions before we vote? Roll call.
Fritz?
Aye.
Fish?
Aye.
Hales?
SOS, save our swallows. Aye. 1085.
Authorize a contract with the lowest responsive bidder and provide payment for the construction of the Cornell Road Services McLean Park project at an estimated cost of $600,000.
Commissioner Fish.
I'll turn it over to the chief engineer of the Portland Water Bureau, Teresa Elliott.
I will be extremely brief. Good afternoon, Mayor Hales and Commissioners. All I'm asking for is to have the authorization to go out to solicit bids for a low bid contract, to hire a contractor to install a water line in Northwest Cornell Road at about $600,000 is what we're estimating it to be.
Okay, any questions for our engineer? Thank you very much. Anyone want to speak on this item? If not, it passes to second reading next week. And 1086 is the second reading, please.
Initiate foreclosure action on 4 properties for the collection of delinquent city liens.
Roll call.
Fritz.
Thank you to Marco Maciel, who did a good presentation and a thorough job on this. Aye.
Fish.
Aye.
Hales.
Thank you, Zombie House Team. Aye. And we are recessed till tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Can I just ask a housekeeping matter?
Yes, please.
So, tomorrow afternoon, we have the pub report.
Right.
Followed by, consideration of a code change.
Yep.
What is your pleasure? Are you gonna carry forward things till tomorrow afternoon?
The only
Take
thing
those
we've
up
carried,
first?
the only thing we've carried forward, I believe, is 1081 and 1082, right? So we'll just take that report.
Yeah, we don't need 10 minutes.
We don't need long.
So 10 or 15 minutes. So
Yeah.
we'll tell everyone, be here at 2, but you may start a few minutes later.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thereabouts. Yeah. Okay, that work?
Yeah.
Very good. We're recessed till tomorrow.